call it the big time. She's got your name in lights. Now you're gonna shine. Got 'em in your sights. You're just trying to find a way out. I don't want to.
Again, cuts back to the left, big hole, gets it outside, he's across midfield to the 40, down to the 30, inside the 20.
Normally, right through the gap, through the tackle. We'll keep the ball and run. He was looking at the end zone. This is what we're seeing in the end zone. He's going to take it off the edge, and I tell you what, he gets that corner in the end zone. This is the one on this field. And we expect to be a nice year yet.
There's a big hole running left side, down to the outside the left pass. Being chased from behind is not going to be caught. Trips to the left, run to the throw. Wide open into the end zone. For the touchdown goes Brock Boyd. A hat trick tonight for the junior receiver.
You know, stumbles out of the gate here. And I'm telling you, Bridges is such an athlete. He can get to the end zone. He's a big guy. Watch Browse come in and laying a shot on Bridges. Incredible stop in the open field. Great job by the Dragon defense.
Last year at Dragon Stadium, the tradition was protected as the Dragons opened a memorable season with a big win over the Bulldogs. The 2025 drive to the state championship starts now.
Hey Dragon fans, welcome to the Dragon Football Night pregame show sponsored by Clayton and Clayton Real Estate. Now here are your hosts, Chris Blake and Robert Clayton.
From Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland, it's the top-ranked Carroll Dragons against the Midland Bulldogs. Our broadcast tonight presented by White's Chapel Methodist Church. Hi there and welcome into the Clayton Real Estate pregame show. I'm Chris Blake with Robert Clayton, our director Tim Polster, and statistician Ricky Baptist. We are in a weather delay right now in West Texas. A lightning strike near Astound Broadband Stadium has set the clock to 30 minutes. As of now, that will not delay kickoff too much, but the players will be a little bit delayed getting on the field to get loose, but we'll bring you updates as we get them. Well, after a run to the state championship game last year, expectations in Southlake are high as always. Carroll returns 19 starters, including several who will be playing on Saturdays next fall. But expectations are always high for the Dragons. And Robert, as we get started here in week 1, what's the key to striving for those expectations while not overlooking each step along the way?
Well, I think your key word there, Chris, is not to overlook. Stick to the 3 goals that are set out for every Dragon team. Number 1, win district. Number 2, practice on Thanksgiving. Number 3, win the state championship.
And last season ended for the Dragons one step shy of that ultimate goal. Last year's team, though, featured a lot of underclassmen in key positions, including cornerback, running back, the top receiver on the team. So how will the experience of that playoff run help this team this year?
Well, I think any playoff run that you have, it bolsters a lot of experience for your team. And I think it was huge for the Dragons. A lot of the guys had to grow up quickly. They played from behind at times. Games came down to the last second, and they learned what it took to compete at the highest level. You can practice and talk about it all year, but really until you're on that stage, you feel that intensity, you don't really know, Chris. Now, those same players are coming back with experience and are very hungry. 19 returning starters to be exact. They know what it takes, and they're ready to take the next step.
Well, we'll set you up for both the 2025 season and tonight's game against the Bulldogs over the next 25 minutes or so, still to come on the Clayton and Clayton pregame show. We'll hear from Carroll head coach Riley Dodge and clue you in on some of the things the Dragons did differently this offseason. But first, let's talk about some of the players we'll be keeping an eye on tonight. That's coming up next on the Dragons Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving in Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Welcome back to Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton. We are awaiting the opening game of the 2025 season between Southlake Carroll and the Midland Bulldogs. We are in a weather delay right now. You can see the wind just absolutely whipping out of the south here in Midland.
It is aggressive, Chris. It is howling. We have the flags out of our window right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll tell you what, they are going like madmen right now.
So we're going to continue with our pregame show here as usual. The clock is still counting down to kickoff right now, but if we get another lightning strike, we'll of course let you know as we find out more information. So let's talk about a couple of the guys we'll be watching tonight for the Dragons. It's football, it's game one, and the starter is going D1. So let's start this opener with the quarterback, Angelo Renda. The senior will be headed to play at the University of Pittsburgh next fall, coming off a junior year in which he threw for nearly 3,900 yards, 40 touchdowns, 11 picks, ran for 14 more touchdowns. There's going to be a lot of focus from opponents on Renda every single week.
Well, I think if you look at Renda's, really his resume as a whole, going all the way back down to the DYF days, and I'm not sure, I might be wrong, I don't think he's lost a regular season game as a starter in a Dragon uniform, which is pretty remarkable. But, as it said, Renda had a great junior year, and he'll be the first to tell you it's not about him, it's about the team. He's surrounded by the number 3 ranked offensive line in the state of Texas, the top playmakers in the nation on the perimeter and the backfield who trust him. His focus is on distributing the ball, taking what the defense gives him, and doing whatever it takes to win.
On the defensive side of the ball, let's talk about William Chen. There's a number of ways we could have gone in week one, but Chen, a senior, going to Brown, so you know how smart he is, and those smarts really have a tendency to show up on the field as well.
Yeah, I think it starts and stops with Chen. He's such a dynamic player. He's like having another coach on the field. He studies the film. He knows tendencies. He's always a step ahead. The football IQ allows him to put himself and his teammates in the right spots. He's one of those guys who makes everyone around him better. And I tell you what, he's even a better young man off the field. He's committed to Brown University. He is such a dynamic player, the returning defensive player of the year.
Returning defensive player of the year in the district, one of several returning starters on this defense that was so good for the Dragons a season ago. So again, we are in a weather delay here at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland, but we're going to continue with the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show, and coming up next, we'll hear from Dragons head coach Riley Dodge as we count you down to kickoff on the Dragons Sports Network.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 Dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons.
Welcome back to the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show as we get set for the season opener between Carroll and Midland. Chris Blake joined by Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. And coach, expectations always high at Carroll. This year, though, you returned 19 starters from a team that reached the state title game last year. So how do you keep those high expectations in mind while still focusing on the day-to-day?
Yeah, we're excited about this year. Obviously, with the veteran football team coming back from last year, it's been an amazing fall camp. We're ready to go play some other people besides ourselves. But, expectations are always high here. I think that what makes our place special is our kids just take it day by day, and they truly do. I think if you don't respect your opponents and you don't respect what's right in front of your face, then that's when you can get in trouble. And that's when you don't progress as a program and maybe, either you get upset. And so, we have the utmost respect for Midland and what they do and what they do as a program. So we're treating it accordingly.
Now, this is a little bit bigger picture question, but we haven't talked since December on the record. You guys decided not to have spring football this year. You spent the entire spring semester in an off-season program. What was the thinking behind that decision, and how have you seen it impact your team on the field this fall?
Yeah, we had some facility stuff going on. Obviously, our weight room. We got a brand new weight room. We teared up some practice fields and stuff like that. So it was a little bit of both. But it was just kind of a perfect storm, to be honest with you, with the veteran football team coming back. But I really do feel like we're seeing the fruit of our labor right now with our kids. Like you said, we still got a lot of football done during the spring, but we lived in the weight room. We really focused on track, our speed and conditioning, and then we transitioned that into the summertime. And you can really tell by our kids, their health, their bodies have changed. And then, I just think also, going to the fall camp, you got 3 weeks. We added 2 scrimmages instead of 1 typically. I think that primes you up for the season a little bit. And then I just think our kids are hungry as well because they haven't played football for a while. So, I think it was we're all creatures of habit. Didn't know how our kids would react to it or even how our coach staff would react to it. But I think it's been a big positive.
You guys played a couple of scrimmages getting ready for this game against Midland, against Waxahachie 2 weeks ago, against Arlington last week. What did you like from those scrimmages, and what are some of the areas you identified that needed a little more work?
Yeah, I thought the positives, Waxahachie and Arlington combined, I thought our defense flew around, made some really big stops, especially on the road against Waxahachie. Offensively, I thought we were super explosive, down the field and the run game, and then on the perimeter. I think the number one thing that we just got to continue to focus on is be great on first down offensively. And when we're great on first down, that gets the drives rolling and keeps us on page. And then I think defensively, it's about understanding situational football and continue to talk about it. Understand where the sticks are at. But I think, our defense against Arlington, I don't think they're one offense across midfield, and the ball started on the 30. So really, some big time positives.
This week, you guys go to Midland to play the season opener. How does playing not just a road game to start, but a road game outside of the Metroplex help prepare you guys for potential road games in the playoffs, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think, if this was a younger group, I might be a little bit more nervous just with the travel and stuff like this. But we got a veteran group that understands this is a business trip, and, they will treat it that way. But, I think it will prepare us. I mean, obviously, typically in round 2, we'll head out west, so it won't be the first time we hop on a bus and travel. So I think it's going to be good for us. And I think, too, it builds character early in the year. I mean, I think that, probably there won't be a lot of green, black, and white in the stands just because it's so far away. So we just call it's us in a bus. Put us in a parking lot, put us wherever you want to, spot the ball, and that's where we want to play.
And finally, this is a Bulldogs team that runs the triple option. You saw them last year, but even having seen it once, it's not something you see a ton of. So what are some of the challenges defending an offense that you rarely come across?
Yeah, it's difficult. It really is. Coach has done a great job there. He did a great job at Permian before when he was offense coordinator. We've played him in years past when in our early years here. But it takes a lot of preparation. You can't just work on it for 1 week. You got to work on it during the summertime. You got to work on it weeks ahead during the scrimmage. We worked on it during Waxahachie and during Arlington. But it's really a offense where, defensively, you got to do your job. You got to have great eye discipline. You got to be great communicators. But we got to get them off the field. I think the goal of that type of offense wants to keep the ball in their hands and keep the ball in our offense's hands. So we got to play great on first down, and we got to put them in situations they don't want to be in, and that's third and long.
And that's Dragons head coach Riley Dodge before Carroll takes on Midland tonight in the season opener on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Welcome back to a cloudy and windy West Texas. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland, where the Dragons are waiting for their first game of the 2025 season against the Midland Bulldogs. These 2 teams squared off in the season opener a year ago in Southlake. The Dragons won 48-24 in that game. We are in a weather delay currently here in Midland. No rain falling at the stadium, but lightning striking close enough that the clock has now been reset a couple of times to that 30-minute countdown to make sure that lightning does indeed clear the area. So, Robert, if you're in the locker room, you're a player, you've been waiting since December to get back on the football field, all that energy, all that juice going in there. How do you level those emotions for a little bit as you wait out this delay?
Well, if I'm in the locker room right now, Chris, I am a happy guy. My pads are off. I'm not sweating as much anymore, and I got some Gatorade. I'm just hanging out a little bit. But in all honesty, it does play a little bit of a taxing role on you on 2 fronts. One being the mentality of it and the physicality. The mental part is just getting ready for your first game of the year.
all those thoughts, those emotions that are going through your mind. And then the physicality part, you're getting your body warmed up, you're getting it cool, and you have to come back out here and do it again. And so as each lightning strike hits, it delays it even more, so your expectations change even more. And not to ramble too long, but it reminds me of 1 year in college when we played Oklahoma, Chris. We came out and got on top of Oklahoma 7-0 and doing pretty good, and then we had a 2-hour delay in the locker room. We ended up losing that game 77-7. So,
well, we hope the outcome will be a little bit different for the Dragons. Hopefully they can play the role of Oklahoma in that scenario instead of UTEP. We just saw a shot of the scoreboard. The clock has been reset once again. We are now at 29:03 until the all clear is given. It's been reset a few times now. This isn't new for North Texas high school football, especially early in the season. In fact, last night there were several Thursday games either canceled or postponed in DFW. A couple of them were canceled. Ranchview and Pinkston out of Carrollton Farmers Branch and Dallas ISDs, also South Garland and Dallas Lincoln were canceled. Some other ones were rescheduled to this afternoon, so we had some rare Friday afternoon football in DFW today. South Grand Prairie just blasted Rowlett. Mansfield Timberview took on Kimball. North Dallas and Garland. Irving High School and Carrollton Creekview all played day games today in the DFW area. And the Dragons, a couple of years ago, were on the positive side of this in a way by playing a road game. There was a week 3 matchup against Cedar Hill 2 years ago in which Carroll kind of got fortunate to get the game in because we were so far south in the Metroplex. A lot of the games back in the northern parts of Tarrant and Dallas counties and further north into Denton County had to be either canceled or postponed altogether, but the Dragons were far enough south that they were able to get that whole game in against Cedar Hill.
Well, the lightning strikes and delays have kind of followed this team since the end of last year. We had the spring game that was delayed because of lightning. We had the scrimmage almost delayed last week against Arlington because lightning. Maybe this is just an indicator, Chris, on how likely the likelihood of this team striking in the end zone and producing all the touchdowns this year.
The electricity of the offense being symbolized here in the weather today. Let's talk a little bit about that offense before or as we await the start of this one today. Of course, we mentioned the quarterback, Angelo Renda, returning for his senior year. Last year, threw for 3,899 yards, 40 touchdowns, ran for 14 more. Against the Bulldogs last year, completed all but 2 of his passes, threw 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, and was fantastic for Carroll throughout the playoffs, completing 71% of his passes in the postseason. Running for 8 touchdowns, adding 12 more through the air, and he's going to be a guy, Robert, that this offense kind of runs through once again.
Yeah, multidimensional, right? We saw him start to develop his running game as a quarterback towards the end of the year. It carried over into the state championship. He's just one of those game changer type players that can do it through the air and do it through his legs. And the Pitt commit, he's an absolute stud, Chris.
In the backfield, Davis Penn will return this season from an ACL injury that he suffered in the second round last year against Friendship. He got a couple of carries in the scrimmage against Arlington. Got a really nice hand from the crowd there after touching the ball for the first time in close to game action for the first time in several months. His status for tonight's game will be determined. We'll see if we see Davis in the game or if he is forced to be a spectator tonight. Going to be kind of a game time decision. If he is, we'll see Brooks Biggers. He is a junior, new to Southlake this year. He's been offered by a couple of D1 schools. What can we expect to see from Brooks this season?
Well, he's a different back than Penn. He does a very, very good job on the perimeter. He gives another dimension to this Dragon offense on catching out in the flats. He's getting in between the tackles as well. He's got that burst of speed. Then you've got the sophomore as well as Harrison Phillips. He's a downhill guy. He's a tough runner. And so it's a pretty good backfield for the Dragons. And what I loved about last week, Chris, when we were in the scrimmage, is when Penn got those first few yards and got those carries. The stadium stood up and cheered. It's so great to see him back in the Dragon uniform. And I tell you what, when he hits the ball and he hits the field and he hits those holes, there's a different level in terms of him, the gear, when he gets the ball in his hands.
The receiver corps for Carroll, led by Brock Boyd, one of simply the best receivers in the state of Texas, was first team All-State last year by a couple of publications, was a preseason first team All-State selection this year by Dave Campbell's, had over 100 receptions last year, nearly 2,000 yards. He told us preseason at Dragon Media Day that his goal this season was to eclipse that 2,000-yard plateau, but he is as dynamic a receiver as there is in the state of Texas.
Well, he is, and it starts with his family. His dad's a coach. He's just a football player at heart. He's got an outstanding mother. His brother is a starting receiver for Utah State. He was a great Dragon player here as well. And Chris, he might be the top in the state, but I think he's one of the top in the nation. And there's a reason why he's going to Oklahoma State. His separation that he can get from defenders and the catches that he makes are Sunday level.
Be joined by really a younger receiver group aside from Boyd. A lot of juniors out there. Brody Knowles, Blake Gunter, Caden Mackey. We do not expect to see Luke Jacquemard tonight. But again, all those guys as sophomores last year got a lot of experience, and still with 2 full seasons to grow, a group that could be dangerous this year and into next year for Carroll.
Yeah, I think it's a very dynamic group. One of the probably, if not the number one receiving core in the state of Texas. Blake Gunter, he just emerged last year as a tremendous player. He has high expectations this year too. He wants to be a 1,000-yard receiver. Brody Knowles, a very familiar name. His brother Graham was a quarterback for Southlake a few years ago, now at Georgia Tech. And then Caden Mackey. Caden Mackey's kind of this all-world, I'd say, athlete. He's a great pitcher for the Dragon baseball team. He's a great receiver for this receiving group. And you're going to see all these guys on the field at one time. I'll tell you what, it's pretty dynamic. And Chris, it's about as explosive as you get.
Now, you thought we should have led with this, but we're getting to the offensive line now. It's a group that returns 4 starters, all 4 of whom are committed to play at the next level in left tackle Luke Wilson, senior center Kerry Clayton, the right guard Nathan Damaraki, and the junior right tackle Tristan Dare. Will Barley, a junior, is the left guard, new to the starting lineup, but he was kind of that 6th guy last year who got a lot of time on the line, even if he wasn't in that first group of 5.
Yeah, and again, I always pump up the O-line, obviously, because I am an offensive lineman, but I think that's where any team, that's where it starts. And this group is special. They're just a great group of guys that they bring their lunch pail in every day. They're smart. They communicate. They hang out off the field, and they cheer each other on, which I think is an amazing attribute of all 5 of these guys. Luke Wilson. Everyone has these attributes. You look at Luke Wilson. He's the younger brother of Trent Wilson, who was the starting left guard last year, who's now at JMU. Luke is a big, tall kid, 6'6", 6'7", a huge reach. He can get out on defenders. He can keep them away from the quarterback, and he's got a little bit of a mean streak in him as well. You have Will Barley. Will Barley is the guy that, if I'm walking down a dark alley at night, I'm going to call Will Barley. He's going to walk right next to me. That's the type of mentality he has when he hits the field. You have Kerry Clayton. Yes, he is my nephew, but his father played in the league. He played at Southlake as well. And Kerry's just a dynamic center. He can do a lot of things that translate to the college level that you don't see in a lot of centers in the high school level. Nathan Damaraki, again, he's committed. He's a great technician. He's got length. He's always in the right spot. He's physical. He's strong. And then you have Tristan Dare, right tackle. He's committed to Michigan. he's just a guy that can play any position across the board on the offensive line, which is truly a gift. And I think all these guys, when you look at it collectively, they all bring a little certain piece to the table that makes them the number 3 ranked unit in the state of Texas for offensive line. And I'm going to throw in John Mark Fraga as well. John Mark, he's just a guy, Coach Dog said he just gets it done. He has that will and he just gets it done. And football means a lot to him. He's just a great young man. He's I believe, the student county president outside of football. He's a leader, just a great young man.
Pretty dynamic when you have not just Division I offensive tackles bookending your offensive line, but offensive tackles who are going to play at 2 of the real blue blood programs in college football, with Luke Wilson headed to Oklahoma, Tristan Dare headed to Michigan, both juniors though, so still a couple of years away from heading to Norman and Ann Arbor. On the defensive side for the Dragons, one of the big changes up front that we're going to see on the defensive line, which features the ends Zach Hayes and Marcus Brous, defensive tackles Jake Lucky and Crawford Taylor. But one of the big changes there is that Marcus Brous will move up from that linebacker position to play at the defensive end spot. But we should expect to see him standing up some of the time too, right?
Yeah, he's such what Coach Dodge will say is a twitchy player, meaning that he can move, get off the ball, and he can make plays. His father played at Boise State. It's funny, his dad will actually rub it into me sometimes. I was 0-3 versus Boise State. We actually played against each other in college. But he's a guy that you can flip on the line and put into the linebacker slot. He's just a unique athlete, and he's one heck of a player.
The other end of that line, Zach Hayes, talked about his development last year, maybe one of the biggest leaps from game 1 to game 16 last year for Carroll, because it seemed like Hayes during the postseason for the Dragons just got better and better as the playoffs went on.
Yeah, Zach Hayes, he committed to La Tech. It seemed like as we got into the playoffs and deeper into the playoffs, it was Zach Hayes' game. It was a Zach Hayes moment. He was always making the big play, and he's another one of those guys who's fast, he's twitchy, he can get off the ball, and he can get to the quarterback, but he can also close the gap in the running backs as well.
And those guys will maybe have some of the bigger shoes to fill. Not a lot of holes to fill for this Dragon team on either side of the ball, but the defensive line is where you did lose a couple of starters in Jack Van Dorsler and Austin Davidge, who were both outstanding for Carroll a year ago. Linebacker for the Dragons this year, Robbie Ladd and Will Lyons win the starting jobs in camp, and that was a place where last season we saw some changes in the starting lineup as the year went on, but talking to head coach Riley Dodge during fall camp, he said those 2 guys really stepped up and claimed those spots and loved how they've grown from last year to this year.
Yeah, I think it's the veteran mentality, right? I think it's they've played a lot of games, a lot of snaps together. They know what the expectations are. And you talk about the 19 returning starters. Well, this middle end and this front 7, this is a heart and soul of this defense. And there's probably not 2 the better linebackers than Robbie Ladd and Will Lyons. So they're poised for a huge year this year, Chris.
Just in case you're wondering, the clock has gone back to 30 minutes. So here we go. We're at 27 minutes and 40 seconds now as the clock has been reset here at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton. We're talking about the starters we will see for Carroll tonight and the secondary for the Dragons. Everybody played a lot last year, a lot of experience coming back in this group. The cornerbacks, Taven Coons and Luke Bussman. The safeties, Gavin Strange and Parker Harris. Then you've got William Chen, who's kind of that in-between safety and linebacker role, and we also expect to see Austin Bussman on the field quite a bit. This is a really strong unit.
They're ranked number 1 in the state of Texas, which is pretty phenomenal. I mean, for a back end, I haven't heard this much excitement about the secondary with Southlake for a long time. Luke Bussman, he's just been a stalwart, just an outstanding player. Taven Coots, great cover guy. You have Parker Harris, Gavin Strange, William Chin, Austin Bussman. When this game finally gets on tonight, they're going to have a huge role in trying to stop this triple option, which we'll talk a little bit more later. They're physical guys. What's amazing about those two, they're safety bodies, but they can come up and play in a linebacker role if needed. And just very, very physical.
And finally, in the kicking game for Carroll, a couple of guys we've already talked about. Little unusual for Carroll to have a kicker and a punter who play a position on defense as well, but that's what the Dragons have this year. And Gavin Strange was the kicker a year ago, was outstanding, was first team all-district, and who can forget the game-winning kick against Longview in the state semifinals. And then Zach Hayes, the defensive end, will be Carroll's punter once again this year. And just the ability of both of those guys to play both roles, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can play multiple roles on a team, it's really says testament on you as an athlete. And those guys do it at a high level on both spots. And so you look across this board. Not only is it senior laden team, yes, but they also have some youth, Chris. Even looking on the linebacker side. You have DeMarcus Ware Jr. as a freshman. He's up with the varsity. You have Ace Slavin as well. That D-line with Jake Lucky and Crawford Taylor. We haven't talked a lot about Jake Lucky, but Jake Lucky, he's one of my favorite players. I think he's one of the favorite players of all Carroll Dragons here and people watching. He's just a guy that's a plugger in the middle, and he makes plays. And Crawford Taylor's another twitchy guy. I'll tell you what, he can get on the inside of you. He can get in the gaps. He can get in the backfield. Just a really good player as well. So it's an exciting year for these Dragons.
A lot to look forward to, a lot of starters back, a lot of high expectations from a team that reached the state title game last year and looks to start on the path back to AT&T Stadium tonight here in Midland. We are in a weather delay as we await the opening kickoff of 2025, the Dragons and the Bulldogs. We'll take a quick timeout, bring it back to Astound Broadband Stadium in just a moment. You're watching Carroll Dragon football on the Dragon Sports Network.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon Hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes in UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney Chris Baker on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
Cloudy skies over Midland tonight. Chris Blake and Robert Clayton here at Astound Broadband Stadium in West Texas. You're watching the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show as we show you some lightning there off in the distance. We have been in a weather delay since, just about right when we were set to come on air. Perfect timing. The first one hit just before 6:30, just before the start of our pregame show, which, Robert, you have been generous enough with Clayton and Clayton Real Estate to take over as our title sponsor this year.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. The opportunity came, and I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister and I. And I think it's more than an opportunity. It's just a way to give back, just like all the sponsors on this program that make this happen. It takes a lot day in and day out to get this ready to go, and it does take money. And it takes from private donations. So it is a great broadcast, and very excited, Chris, to be part of it in a different way.
Well, we've talked a lot about the Dragons. Let's talk a little bit about the Bulldogs here as we await kickoff tonight. This is a team that had a lot of success last season, reached the second round of the playoffs, going 8-4. Second year in a row, they reached the area round, but fell in a really close game to Crowley, 26-21 in that second round. This is year 5 for head coach Thad Fortune, who we've had the pleasure of talking to on the phone each of the last 2 seasons leading up to this week. And he's trying to build something here that has kind of eluded Midland High School for several years now. The historic programs out here in West Texas, Midland Lee and then Legacy, and now Lee again, and Odessa Permian have been the 2 storied programs in this part of the state. And he's really trying to get something going at Midland High.
Yeah, and I think it starts with just trying to form a culture. And what he talked to us about was doing something that means something to players that they can work towards and kind of build that mentality. They have a number tradition here, which is pretty unique, and I love talking about it again with them this year. It first starts with the numbers 432. They use that as the area code, and those are special numbers. Those are given to special players within the team. The number 5, which he says is a complete number, and that represents their most complete player on the team, which is Robert Harden. He's an outside linebacker. And then number 10 goes to really voted on the defensive coaches in terms of who represents the defensive mentality, and that's JoJo Levins. And then, he had to kick in for the big guys.
Of course.
He said we have a 5, but they can't wear a 5, so they had to go to 55.
Hey, if Jake Lucky's wearing 0,
yeah,
we can get a single digit on a lineman.
I know. But you'll see an offensive lineman wear that, and Luke Holdman. And I think he says since he's taken over, he's starting to see that tradition of those numbers really mean something to these players once they get them. And that's what we talk about, building a culture.
And he had a couple of guys last year that have kind of been team leaders for those 2 years in which they made the second round of the playoffs, who have moved on to the college level in quarterback Stroman Bridges, who wore number 2 last season, led them to the playoffs, and he's on to play at the Air Force Academy. And in running back Elijah McCoy, who wore number 5 and is now at UTEP.
Dig him. So I talked to Coach a little bit about Elijah McCoy. He was a very dynamic player last year. He stood out on the film, even from his junior campaign, and then even in the game against Southlake. And he's had a really good camp up at UTEP. And so future's bright. And he's not the only prospect coming out of this Midland team. They have a few guys on this team, one centered around their center, Big Prime.
Yeah, that is – let's give this a shot. It is –
I'm giving you the shot. I'm not giving a shot.
Puleite Primus. They call him Pule Prime or just Big Prime to shorten that long first name. But he is a big guy. They've moved him to center this year after he played tackle a season ago. He's committed to Vanderbilt, second team all 2-6A last season. What is putting him in the middle of this offensive line do?
Well, number one, he's 6'5", about probably 325 pounds. And if I'm any coach on any team, I think I might want that as a center of my offense at any point. But, for what they do, Chris, and they run the triple option, they run the midline quite a bit. And so, that's such a big key for them, not only to get it up the middle, but also to be able to run the option to the right or left. And that big key is, hey, is that defensive end crashing or is he staying home? Well, if he's staying home, we're going to the midline. And so they want to know they have a secure spot there right in the middle of that offense. And, Coach said he's our best player on the whole team.
Yeah.
Not even lineman, but he's the best player on the field. And we've got to get him a nucleus around the team so we can really secure that we can run either right or left on that midline, right behind him.
When you mentioned they run the triple option, evidence in the numbers last year, they averaged 441 rushing yards per game. Through the air, just 34. So they know what they want to do, and they're good at it.
Yeah, there's no disguising it. It's run right, run left, run the middle. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. And it is pin your ears back and can you stop us? And if you can stop us, then great. They lost that second-round matchup. What was it, 2-3 points to Crowley? And, Crowley was a tough team last year. And, they could have very easily been a third or fourth-round team. They have that talent. But this year, they are a senior-laden team again, but just no experience.
Yeah, last year they were senior-laden, but a lot of those guys had started for at least 1 year, so they had a lot of game experience. This year, an older team, but not as many live reps. And they put up some points last year. Looking at some of these scores from their district games, they lost a heartbreaker to Friendship last year, 48-47. It seems like Friendship.
And that was a Friendship team.
Friendship can score.
And that was a Friendship team that had us on the ropes in the playoffs for a little bit. And so, I know that was probably a tough loss for them because I think we know as Dragon fans on what Friendship was like last year.
Yeah, they put up 54 against Odessa, 56 against San Angelo Central. Did lose to Midland Lee last year, and then scored 42 points in the first round of the playoffs against El Paso Pebble Hills. So a team that can certainly score. They'll do it almost exclusively on the ground, and played Carroll close in the first half last year before the Dragons were able to wear them down in the third quarter.
Yeah, they did an excellent job of just kind of controlling the ball and getting out there and making that first score. And that's the one thing the Dragons are going to have to be careful about tonight. You've got to get on top of them, got to get on top of them fast, and you've got to get them to play, really behind the chains on that third and long situations where they don't excel at. And so I think the task for the Dragons tonight is keep them in those long third down situations if you can.
Well, for Lee Munn, the defensive coordinator for Carroll and this defense, what are some of the things that you do that you look for when you are trying to defend the triple option?
Physicality. Your message from, Monday in your first meeting that morning is this is going to be a physical game. You're going to step up, and it's going to be a physical match. And it's not only just about being physical, but you're going to have an assignment, and that's your assignment. That's all it is. If it's going to spill the midline on the fullback, if it's going to play over the top as an outside linebacker and take the pitch man, if your chin or busman and your role is to take the quarterback, you've got to excel at that, understand, and trust that your teammate is going to be there for their job to handle it.
Resetting here, we are in a weather delay at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. The Dragons and the Bulldogs hoping to get the 2025 season kicked off here at some point tonight. The clock did reset to 30 minutes just a few minutes ago, so we are still at least 27 minutes away from the opening kickoff tonight. We'll take another timeout on the Dragon Sports Network.
This is Pastors John and Todd from White's Chapel in Southlake. White's Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place, from the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched. We're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 Dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Chris Blake and Robert Clayton with you from Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland, where the Dragons and the Bulldogs are in a lightning delay. The clock has been reset several times here on the scoreboard, so we're keeping an eye on that. We're now 33 minutes past our set start time as we hopefully await football at some point tonight. Looking at some other games in the area, a lot of teams got started last night in North Texas, including 2 in District 4-6A. Keller lost at home last night to Flower Mound Marcus, a Marcus team that is a perennial playoff team. Keller giving them everything they could handle last night. And then also in our district last night, Byron Nelson was in action in, unfortunately, their first contest since the loss of their head coach. Beat that Friendship team 30-7. That was a neutral site game at Shotwell Stadium in Abilene. Bobcats held Friendship to just 64 rushing yards. They've moved Parker Almanza to quarterback this year. He threw for 185 yards, 2 touchdowns, ran for another one. games, actually one other game of note, really that was surprising to us today. North Crowley just held on against Lancaster 22-18 yesterday.
Yeah, talking about the defending state champs. Lancaster gave them all they wanted last night. But Lancaster played them really hard last year as well.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of a rivalry, and you talk about first game of the season, working the kinks out a little bit. That's probably the case for North Crowley.
Well, and it was kind of in non-district play last year when North Crowley caught everybody's attention. They played a gauntlet of a non-district schedule and knocked off some of the best teams in DFW.
Right.
So looking ahead tonight, one of the best games in the area, Denton Geyer taking on Aledo. Geyer won that game last year. They've beaten Aledo 3 of the last 4 times these two have met. It's a Geyer team that, of course, Carroll played in round 3 of the playoffs last year in a rainstorm up in Denton at the University of North Texas. Other games in the area, we mentioned some of those day games today. Carrollton Creekview beat Irving High 49-21. One of the other teams here in Midland, Legacy, which officially goes back to Midland Lee for the 26-27 school year, is in Allen tonight, and the Eagles off to a big start, 21-0 in the first quarter.
A lot of expectations for the Allen Eagles this year. A lot are picking them to be there in the state semis and make some noise this year.
Also going on tonight, Arlington Martin taking on Lake Travis. Cedar Hill up on Midlothian right now, 14-6 in the first quarter. Good one out of district featuring a 4-6A team. Eaton is visiting Denton Ryan. Ryan leads that one 7-0 right now in the first. Other teams in Carroll's district. Trinity taking on Houston Straight Jesuit tonight. LD Bell hosting Weatherford. Northwest and Mansfield Legacy are tied at 7 in the first quarter. Keller Central up on Waco University 14-7 also in the first. And next week's opponent for the Dragons, Hebron High School, is hosting Dallas Jesuit, and the Hawks on top 14-3. To the Hebron team that Carroll beat soundly in week 2 last year, but was really given a hard time in round 3 of the playoffs. I misspoke earlier. That Geyer game was round 4. The Hebron game round 3, and that came down to the very end for the Dragons as they held on to beat Hebron by 5, 42-37.
Well, Hebron was a team that we knew at the start of the year. On film, they had a lot of ability. We knew they were going to be a very good team. It was a matter of them putting it together and getting the experience, and things started clicking for them at the right time, and they developed into a terrific team. Especially with their quarterback. Creighton was a phenomenal player, and he really was poised. And I think they eliminated the mental mistakes from the first game they played Southlake, and they went into that playoff game. They had absolutely nothing to lose, and they gave this Dragon team every bit of what they wanted.
So it'll be interesting to see how that Hebron team rebounds when we see them next week. Patrick Creighton Jr. on to play at Rice after being a dynamic quarterback for the Hawks last season. So that'll be something to keep an eye on as we move into next week. However, we're still looking ahead to this week. Carroll is in Midland tonight taking on the Bulldogs. We are in a lightning delay. The clock now says just under 26 minutes until kickoff. Again, it's been reset several times tonight, so we'll keep you updated as we know more about it. But we're hoping to get some football in here in West Texas tonight. The Dragons ranked number 1 in the state in the AP Dave Campbell's preseason poll, trying to get things started here tonight on the Dragon Sports Network.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Ricoh Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
The Dragons' electric offense preventing us from getting started here tonight in Midland. Lightning strikes out in West Texas have us in a lengthy delay. 7:41 right now. Game slated to get started at 7 o'clock. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton with you as we continue on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Dragons and the Bulldogs have been in the locker room this entire time. What's going on in the locker room right now? From the players, from the coaches, what are you doing to try to stay engaged, to stay loose? Are you trying to push the intensity aside for a little bit once it gets to be this lengthy, just so you're not that jacked up for so long? What's going on?
Oh, well, I think as a coach, you're telling the players, hey, just take a load off, relax, get comfortable. We'll give you plenty of time, and when it's time to get the pads back on and get mentally ready. And I think on the flip side for the coaches, I think you're just kind of thinking what's happening if you're rally dodge. You're trying to understand, what's the dynamic of the situation. What do we do? It's seemingly almost every 2 or 3 minutes the clock restarts. It just restarted again, and so we have another 30-minute countdown. And so there might be those conversations you're starting to think about. What does this look like if we cannot play? And then you look at the logistical side, could you play it tomorrow on a Saturday? Probably not. Where do you put the kids at? There's a whole lot of things that are probably going through the mind of a head coach who's also the athletic director. So there's probably a lot of conversations on that end. And then you delegate it down to the coaches to keep the guys, loose and just ready and prepared in case we can get out to the field.
Well, speaking of the Dragons head coach, we played our interview with him about almost an hour ago now. So we are going to check in with that interview again in case you're just joining us as we continue a little lightning delay theater here on the Dragon Sports Network. Welcome back to the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show as we get set for the season opener between Carroll and Midland. Chris Blake joined by Dragons head coach Riley Dodge. And coach, expectations always high at Carroll. This year, though, you returned 19 starters from a team that reached the state title game last year. So how do you keep those high expectations in mind while still focusing on the day-to-day?
Yeah, we're excited about this year. Obviously, with the veteran football team coming back from last year, it's been an amazing fall camp. We're ready to, go play some other people besides ourselves. But, expectations are always high here. I think that what makes our place special is our kids just take it day by day, and they truly do. I think if you don't respect your opponents and you don't respect what's right in front of your face, then that's when you can get in trouble, and that's when you don't progress as a program, and maybe, either you get upset. And so, we have the utmost respect for Midland and what they do and what they do as a program. So we're treating it accordingly.
Now, this is a little bit bigger picture question, but we haven't talked since December on the record. You guys decided not to have spring football this year. You spent the entire spring semester in an off-season program. What was the thinking behind that decision, and how have you seen it impact your team on the field this fall?
Yeah, we had some facility stuff going on. Obviously, our weight room. We got a brand new weight room. We teared up some practice fields and stuff like that. So it was a little bit of both. I mean, but it was just kind of a perfect storm, to be honest with you, with the veteran football team coming back. But I really do feel like we're seeing the fruit of our labor right now with our kids. Like you said, we still got a lot of football done during the spring, but we lived in the weight room. We really focused on track, our speed and conditioning, and then we transitioned that into the summertime. And you can really tell by our kids, their health, their bodies have changed. And then, I just think also, going to the fall camp, you got 3 weeks. We added 2 scrimmages instead of 1 typically. I think that primes you up for the season a little bit. And then I just think our kids are hungry as well because they haven't played football for a while. So, I think it was we're all creatures of habit. Didn't know how our kids would react to it, or even how our coach staff would react to it. But I think it's been a big positive.
You guys played a couple of scrimmages getting ready for this game against Midland, against Waxahachie 2 weeks ago, against Arlington last week. What did you like from those scrimmages, and what are some of the areas you identified that needed a little more work?
Yeah, I thought the positives, Waxahachie and Arlington combined, I thought our defense flew around, made some really big stops, especially on the road against Waxahachie. Offensively, I thought we were super explosive, down the field and the run game, and then on the perimeter. I think the number one thing that we just got to continue to focus on is be great on first down offensively. And when we're great on first down, that gets the drives rolling and keeps us on page. And then I think defensively, it's about understanding situational football and continue to talk about it. Understand where the sticks are at. But I think, our defense against Arlington, I don't think they're one offense across midfield, and the ball started on the 30. So really some big time positives.
This week, you guys go to Midland to play the season opener. How does playing not just a road game to start, but a road game outside of the Metroplex help prepare you guys for potential road games in the playoffs, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think, if this was a younger group, I might be a little bit more nervous just with the travel and stuff like this. But we got a veteran group that understands this is a business trip, and, they will treat it that way. But, I think it will prepare us. I mean, obviously, typically in round 2, we'll head out west, so it won't be the first time we hop on a bus and travel. So I think it's going to be good for us. And I think, too, it builds character early in the year. I mean, I think that, probably there won't be a lot of green, black, and white in the stands just because it's so far away. So we just call it's us in a bus. Put us in a parking lot, put us wherever you want to, spot the ball, and that's where we want to play.
And finally, this is a Bulldogs team that runs the triple option. You saw them last year, but even having seen it once, it's not something you see a ton of. So what are some of the challenges defending an offense that you rarely come across?
Yeah, it's difficult. It really is. Coach has done a great job there. He did a great job at Permian before when he was offense coordinator. We've played him in years past when in our early years here. But it takes a lot of preparation. You can't just work on it for 1 week. You got to work on it during the summertime. You got to work on it weeks ahead during the scrimmage. We worked on it during Waxahachie and during Arlington. But it's really a offense where, defensively, you got to do your job. You got to have great eye discipline. You got to be great communicators. But we got to get them off the field. I think the goal of that type of offense wants to keep the ball in their hands and keep the ball in our offense's hands. So we got to play great on first down, and we got to put them in situations they don't want to be in, and that's third and long.
And that's Dragons head coach Riley Dodge before Carroll takes on Midland tonight in the season opener on the Dragon Sports Network.
As a Dragon, it's all about protecting the tradition. As a church, it's our mission to make more deeply committed followers of Jesus. This is Todd Renner from White's Chapel in Southlake. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been a part of this community. And though times have changed, our need for the gospel of Jesus Christ, our need to worship and grow and serve, our need to shine the light into the darkness hasn't. That's why White's Chapel is a church where tradition meets today.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes in UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving in Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
We are in a lightning delay at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Carroll Dragons hoping to get the season started tonight against the Midland Bulldogs. This is a return game for Carroll. Midland visited Southlake last year, and the Dragons won that one 48-24. Bulldogs head coach Thad Fortune welcoming the Dragons in here today. And Robert, travel schedule for Carroll getting out here today, a long day for these players. They left Southlake early this morning, and as opposed to coming last night. As a player, what's the challenge in that and spending 4.5-5 hours on a bus and then coming out here trying to get loose to play a game?
I think it's just where, you're sitting down for an extended period of time. It's not your normal situation. And so it can be a little difficult. I think the scenery is different. You're stopping at different locations to get taped and to get spatted up and do the things that you would do in your normal condition, your normal training room. And then on top of that, you're 5 hours away. So part of what you got to think about too is that if it keeps getting extended tonight, you've got to think about that drive home and what that looks like and when this game ends. So I'm sure there's a lot of things going through the mind of that's not only the athletes but the coaches.
Well, plenty of Dragons on this year's roster have committed to play at the next level. Plenty of Dragons playing at the next level right now, including a couple in action tonight for Georgia Tech. The Carroll's starting quarterback a couple of years ago, Graham Knowles, is one of the backup quarterbacks for the Yellow Jackets. Harrison Moore, starting center for that team. They're in action tonight against a new-look Colorado Buffaloes team that will be without Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter for the first time in Coach Prime's tenure there. So that game going on tonight. And, of course, the full slate of college football action gets going tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, looking at the college landscape, and we talk about Dragons just playing at the next level. You know, recently you saw Quinn Ewers and R.J. Mickens picked up in the NFL, making the NFL rosters. And how incredible is that? You know, just to look at the Dragons who were out there playing. You know, we go to the college level. We mentioned Harrison Moore and Graham Knowles. You know, you have Tarleton State. You know, Jake Hall out in Tarleton State playing Army. With J. David Sparks, who plays out in Army as well. Charlotte. You know, you have a lot of guys out there who not only made the commitment to Southlake, but going to the next step and playing high-level Division I ball, but not only Division I, but Division II and Division III as well. And so a pretty neat deal to see the Dragons at the next level, Chris.
And there's a lot that goes into that process of getting to the next level. It's, yes, performing on the field, but there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work, too, that goes on with communication, that goes on with training, that goes on with diet, to kind of get a player's body college ready. What are some of the things that go into that?
Well, number one is the commitment is in a job. You know, what people don't realize that when you play at the next level, it's always wishful thinking. They think it's an easy thing to do, but it's not. And a lot of that time, you know, spends either working outside of a program like Southlake, getting extra training in, all the way from the diet, doing those things, and then it's the recruiting process in general. And I'll tell you, it's not easy. And then when you go into college atmosphere, it is a shock because you're up every day. You know, give you an example, my day in college, and this was 25 years ago, back when I played, Chris.
Way back. That's ancient.
Way back. But, you know, my day started at 4:45 a.m., okay? Practice was over at 5:30. We had an hour and a half to eat. Then we had study hall. I wasn't getting home until about 9:45, 10 p.m. every night. And then during the season, your schedule stays the same, but then you throw in traveling, right?
Yeah.
And so you're gone an entire day on a Friday, a Saturday. You're coming back in Sunday morning. You've got to be in a treatment. It's hard. You know, it's not the easiest thing to do. And so whenever I talk to kids who want to play at the next level, you know, I sit them down and I bring guys in who have played before, not only on myself, because it's not like, hey, Rob, you're telling me what to do, but I'll bring in kids that I work with or I train with, and I'll say, listen, let's listen to the reality of what you want to try to accomplish. It takes a lot of effort. So right up your alley, Chris, what you said, it's more than just a dream, you know. I always say a dream is just a wish without a plan.
Yeah.
And so you've got to have a plan.
One of the things that we talked about, adding size, being in the weight room, changing those diets. The Dragons did something interesting this spring, and we heard head coach Riley Dodge talk about it on that pregame interview, but they decided to forego spring football, the traditional spring football this year, and dedicate more time into the off-season program. That was due in part to just, you know, reaching the state title game. You play a lot of extra football by going all the way up until the Saturday before Christmas. So how have you seen that impact what this team looks like coming out in fall camp?
Well, it's 16 weeks. You add scrimmages, that's almost 18 weeks. It's a lot. Not a lot of teams go through that. And so when you get out of it, Chris, you're pretty banged up. And for a Southlake team that was down to essentially the third-string running back come state championship, it's hard. And I think one of his priorities, Coach Dodge, was to get the team healthy and understand, you know, he knows he had 18, 19 starters coming back, and to get them healthy and also get them in the weight room, a beautiful facility with partnership with the Touchdown Club. It just looks beautiful now in the Dragon Fieldhouse. It's comparable to a Division I weight room, and he really wanted to get that done and give a little extra time for these athletes to put on some size and put on some strength. And I think a lot of these guys needed to do that. You know, most teams are starting their off-season program, Chris, really by November, mid-November, okay? And so, you know, it's not the easiest thing, but I think it speaks volumes for what this team has accomplished, you know, how they look, their bodies look right now, and how well-conditioned they are.
Well, Carroll and Midland waiting to get started here tonight. We have been in lightning delays for the last hour and a half or so. The clock right now is as low as we've seen it maybe since these delays started, down to 12 minutes if we don't get another lightning strike. It's pretty clear out to the north, but over to the south, still pretty dark clouds. The wind has died down considerably, though. As we get closer to this clock winding down.
The violence has definitely subsided just a little bit, Chris. We had microphones flying off the stadium here a little while ago. It was pretty intense earlier.
So we'll take another break here on the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Carroll hoping to get its season started tonight against Midland on the Dragon Sports Network.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building, attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
Welcome back to Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland, the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Chris Blake alongside Robert Clayton as we keep our fingers crossed that we can get this one started tonight. Down to 7 minutes on the clock before players can return to the field to begin to warm up. So we still would have a little bit of a ways to go before kickoff, as the teams would still need to get loose. But we have been told that we do still have some time here before the teams decide not to play tonight. So we've got a window here that we can still get this one in if the Storms stay away. A couple of things you may notice this year as you watch high school football, not watching Carroll games necessarily, but some teams may implement things after a couple of rule changes at the UIL level. The UIL voted this offseason to allow wristbands, wearable technology for all players on the field, as well as to allow the use of guardian caps. And I asked head coach Riley Dodge about the use of those wristbands or any sort of wearable technology, and he said Carroll is not going to be using that this season. He wanted to stay away from it. He said he thought it would slow the offense down a little bit. By the time he called a play on the headset, it got up to somebody in the press box who could then key it in to those wristbands to the players on the field. So it's his impression that, the Dragons could keep that fast-paced offense moving a little bit faster, doing what they've always done.
Well, absolutely. There's probably a little bit of money in that as well, too, right?
True.
A little bit of an investment to do it, too. But the other side of it is once you're locked into your system and you have a process, it's hard to vary from that process. And those things aren't going to adapt. And technology is great, but the real-life adaptability, I think you'll wait to see what happens with that.
So you may see some players wearing guardian caps for other schools as well. Probably be a player-by-player decision, not necessarily a program-wide decision. A couple of rule changes that the UIL voted on over the offseason. So the Dragons hoping they can get on the field tonight against Midland. Carroll looking to begin the road back to AT&T Stadium tonight. Carroll's program always has 3 goals at the start of the season. That is to win district, practice on Thanksgiving, and win the state championship. And they've accomplished goal number 1 all but once under head coach Riley Dodge. That was in 2023 when Byron Nelson won the district. And they have accomplished goal number 2 in every year under head coach Riley Dodge. That is to practice on Thanksgiving. Coach Dodge still looking for his first state championship as a coach. Of course, won a couple as a player, but just to practice on Thanksgiving, something that is so prevalent or happens so often at Southlake Carroll, but really something that teams should be proud of reaching that point every year. Getting to round 3 of the playoffs is no small task.
Well, you talk about culture, Chris, it is your tradition at Southlake that, Thanksgiving morning you go out there and you watch Turkey Bowl. And, Coach Dodge has added a wrinkle to it. He picks a coach every year to wear the turkey outfit and running across the field. So, those are special things, but, those are very lofty goals, but those are the expectations of being a Dragon.
So the Southlake coaching staff has started to make its way back onto the field, as well as some of the cheerleaders bringing banners with them as well. So signs hopefully pointing towards us getting underway. Still a little bit dark over to the south, but it's also just getting darker in general as it is after 8 p.m. tonight here in Midland. So we'll take another time out here on the Dragon Sports Network and hopefully come back with some good news for you in a couple of minutes. Carroll and Midland hoping to get things started tonight from Astound Broadband Stadium in West Texas. You're watching our Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show on the Dragon Sports Network.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy, with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons.
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HearstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
The Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show continues from Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. The 30-minute clock expiring as we speak here in West Texas. So the teams will be permitted to return to the field to begin warming up for this one.
Dragon fans are starting to fill the stands. Midlands fans are starting to come in. The wind is almost a 0 factor right now.
The officials starting to come onto the field as well. Speaking with some of the coaches from the Midland side, Carroll coaching staff out there as well. We have not seen players from either team making their way onto the field quite yet, but the fans are being allowed back into the seating area. Kind of a split level stadium here, not a split level stadium, but it's built into the ground. So what you walk in on the middle concourse, and then there's one section of seats that goes down towards the field and another one that goes up. Seats go pretty far back. It's not a high seating bowl, but it's deep. So the fans not right on top of you as we see the Dragons start to walk out of the locker room from our left corner of the end zone, making their way onto the field, and probably a little bit of a sense of relief from the players. Bulldogs also making their way out onto the field after a long summer of waiting, hoping to get to warm up to play their first game of the year.
Oh, Friday nights lights are here, Chris. You know, as a player, you've had the anticipation of this night really since the end of December if you're a Dragon, and what a feeling. I know these guys are ready to get after it. You got white on white for the Stormtrooper look of the Dragons tonight.
Midland also in white pants but purple jerseys. So we see Carroll running onto the field. Dragons will go through their normal warm-up. The clock on the scoreboard set to 15 minutes and has just started. So we are 15 minutes away from kickoff if the weather holds. Cheerleaders on the field. Carroll band starting to make its way back out here as well, as you see the Dragons in the end zone starting to get loose. So we'll take another timeout and come back with an abbreviated version of our pregame show under 15 minutes from kickoff at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland on the Dragons Sports Network.
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes and UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
On second down, they give it to Wormley again, cuts back to the left, big hole, gets it outside. He's across midfield to the 40, down to the 30, inside the 20.
Wormley right through the gap between the tackles. Great long run. He was looking at the end zone, and this is what we're going to see from Rinda a little bit. He's going to take it off the edge, and I tell you what, he can get to that corner of the end zone, quicker than anyone on this field.
Again, as we expected, we have not seen Midland go to the air yet. Bridges hands it to McCoy. Big hole running left side, bounces it outside the left hash, being chased from behind, and is not going to be caught. Trips to the left, Renda to throw. Wide open into the end zone. For the touchdown goes Brock Boyd, the hat trick tonight for the junior receiver.
Stumbles out of the gate here, and I'm telling you, Bridges is such an athlete. He can get to the end zone, and he's a big guy. Watch Browse come in and laying a shot on Bridges. Incredible stop in the open field. Great job by the Dragon defense.
Last year at Dragon Stadium, the tradition was protected as the Dragons opened a memorable season with a big win over the Bulldogs. The 2025 drive to the state championship starts now.
Hey Dragon fans, welcome to the Dragon Football Night pregame show sponsored by Clayton and Clayton Real Estate. Now here are your hosts, Chris Blake and Robert Clayton.
After a lengthy lightning delay, the teams are on the field getting loose at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Welcome into the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show. I'm Chris Blake alongside Robert Clayton, excited to bring you our third season of Dragon football together. As you see the white jerseyed Dragons getting loose on the field right now. And Robert, this is a team with high expectations, beginning to embark on the long road back to AT&T Stadium this year.
Just like we won the medal tonight for the longest filibustering, I think, on the radio. The Dragons in hot pursuit of a state championship, trying to fill the gap end of December of last year. And tonight it starts for this Dragon football team.
Well, what are some of the keys for Carroll to keep those expectations, yes, and keep that in the forefront, but also not overlook the steps that it takes along the way to get there?
You keep it simple, Chris. 3 things. This is a Dragon tradition. Win district is the first goal. 2, practice on Thanksgiving. And 3, win the state championship.
Well, we are about 10 minutes from kickoff here in Midland. We'll take a quick timeout on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Come back with our Player Spotlight segment as we count you down to kickoff between Carroll and Midland on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
Dragons and Bulldogs getting warmed up on the field at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland as we continue on the Clayton & Clayton Real Estate pregame show. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton, our director Tim Polster, and our statistician Ricky Baptist tonight. For the Dragons, it is a senior-laden group with a lot of experience. A lot of these guys started as juniors last year, and it is week 1. The quarterback is going Division I, so why don't we start with our player spotlight in week 1 on Carroll's starting signal caller, Angelo Renda.
Yeah, he's coming off a great year, as we all know, as a junior, Chris. He'll be the first to tell you that it's really not about him, it's about the team. He has the number 3 ranked offensive line unit in the state of Texas. He has a great support staff and one of the best receiving units, not even in the state of Texas, but probably in the nation, with a phenomenal backfield. He's been able to develop his game. We saw at the end of the year last year with his run game, and he's looking to pick up where he left off last year.
On the defensive side of the ball for Carroll, tonight we spotlight William Chen. He's a senior safety committed to play at Brown, was the 4-6A Defensive Player of the Year a season ago, and he could be really key to disrupting this triple option offense.
Well, they're going to bring him down tonight. He's such a physical player. He's the kid that actually used to play center in DYF, Chris, believe it or not. So he's used to the physicality. They're going to bring him down from a safety spot, and he's going to be playing, really almost an outside linebacker spot. He's going to be responsible for that pitch man against this Midland offense. So look for Chin. What he does best is being physical and being smart. Like I said, it's like another coach being out there. He makes everyone on that field a better player.
Well, again, we are now just minutes away from the start of the 2025 season. Carroll on the road in Midland tonight. We'll have the starting lineups and the opening kickoff coming up next on the Dragons Sports Network.
This is Pastors John and Todd from White's Chapel in Southlake. White's Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place. From the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched, we're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
Hello, Dragon fans. I'm Steven Nelson, partner at Mills Wealth. Our team is celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping Dragons succeed financially. As an independent firm, we aren't owned by a bank or an insurance company. Instead, we're fiduciaries doing only what we believe is best for our clients. If your finances need a second opinion or would like to tap into our expertise, come meet with our certified financial planners or CPAs and learn how we can help you win just like the Dragons. Look us up online or give us a call at millswealthadvisors.com.
We start to wrap up the Clayton and Clayton Real Estate pregame show as we get set for the start of the 2025 high school football season. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton with you in West Texas, where the Dragons open the year as the top-ranked team in the state. Will take on the Midland Bulldogs.
And just from me to the Dragon fans tonight, thank you for holding tight with us, listening to Chris and I ramble on for almost an hour and a half. But tonight is special. We have Dragons all over the country tuning in tonight, from the East Coast to the West Coast, North and South, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, alumni, and our community back in Southlake, or even worldwide. As I learned a little earlier ago that the Caden Mackey's grandparents are tuning in all the way from Scotland tonight. We welcome you all to the 2025 Dragon football season. Let's take a look at these lineups.
I see the Dragons getting loose there. The starting lineups for tonight's game: in the backfield for Carroll, it's the quarterback who we just told you about, Angelo Renda. Davis Penn will be a game-time decision, but Brooks Biggers we will see today, the junior who's new to Southlake. The targets that Angelo Renda will have to throw to start with Brock Boyd, the District 4-6A Offensive Player of the Year a season ago. Brody Knowles, Caden Mackey, and Blake Gunter also in that starting receiving core. And then up front for the Dragons, across the offensive line from left to right, it goes Luke Wilson, Will Barley, Kerry Clayton, Nathan Damaraki, and Tristan Dare. On the defensive side for the Dragons today, the two defensive ends will be Zach Hayes and Marcus Browse. In the center, it'll be Jake Lucky and Crawford Taylor.
And look forward to Marcus Browse. We talked a little bit about Marcus Browse. He's going to have his hand on the ground. He'll move up to a linebacker on that 3-3 stack. He's going to be an important key tonight.
The next group for Carroll, linebackers we told you about during our pregame: Will Lines and Robbie Ladd, Taven Coons and Luke Bussman, the starting cornerbacks for Carroll. And then Carroll will use a mix of these four for the three safety spots: William Chen, Gavin Strange, Austin Bussman, and Parker Harris. But Chen, the guy we highlighted, who is really a key to this defense, one of two team captains on the defensive side of the ball, along with Jake Lucky. So these teams getting ready to start the 2025 season. Robert, let's take a look at your keys to the game.
Well, obviously, number one, I'm always going to say it's going to be controlling the trenches. This is going to be a dogfight tonight. It's a very physical offensive line. They're a good offensive line from Midland. They're going to get out, get on their tiptoes, and they're going to fire out and get inside of you. Number two, keep Midland behind the chains. You know, to be successful and stay on top of them so they don't ball control the whole game, you've got to get them in those third and long situations. And number three, you got to strike first, strike often, and set the tempo. It's important for this Dragon team to get off the quick starts, get some points on the board, make this Midland team play from behind, and do what they don't do great, which is try to put it in the air.
Well, if you're thinking about buying or selling your Southlake home, meet Robert Clayton and Karen Clayton Young with Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, recognized by both clients and industry professionals as one of the very best in Southlake and DFW. Robert and Karen bring expertise and hometown pride as Carroll grads, lifelong Dragons, Dragon parents, and 30-year residents. They're invested in the community and serve through nonprofits and youth sports. benefiting Southlake and Carroll ISD. The Clayton team is committed to making your real estate experience seamless from start to finish. Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, where dragons represent dragons.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team.
Midland has cleared the field as you see the colors being walked onto the turf here at Astound Broadband Stadium. And we will pause now for the national anthem. Bulldog Band completing the national anthem here at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland tonight. As we get set to get things started, Chris Blake alongside Robert Clayton, our director Tim Bolster, and statistician Ricky Baptist tonight. As we get ready for the coin toss, the captains tonight for the Bulldogs are Poulet Prime, the big center, headed to Vanderbilt next season. Linebackers Lucas Ramirez and Robert Harden, as well as Tristan Love, the senior quarterback, who is number 11, standing at the 50-yard line on your screen. Not in action tonight, but they do expect him back in the next week or two.
And that's a big blow, Chris. He was actually scheduled to be the starting quarterback last year as well. He was injured, and it's a blow to this offense, and it is impactful. You can see the difference on the film.
The captains for the Dragons, Brock Boyd, Angelo Renda, William Chen, Jake Lucky, and Davis Penn. As we bring you the coin toss, brought to you by the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title. If you need title work, call Julie Walter. As we see the captains finally getting to make their way out to midfield for the coin toss, and you can just see the size difference with Primus out there alongside his high school counterparts.
Well, that's going to be a huge matchup. I know it looks a little lopsided on the film right now, but Big 73 from Midland is going to have a tough matchup with Lucky. It's not an easy matchup with Lucky. Lucky has a low center of gravity, and he's really got to play low the entire night to try to get the best of Lucky. So it's going to be a great matchup. It's in a matchup that we're going to watch all night tonight.
So the coin toss. Southlake won the coin toss, opted to receive, will take the ball first, and we know that goes along with the way Riley Dodge likes to attack. He's going to try to get his offense on the board in a hurry.
Yeah, that's part of setting some of the keys to the game, Chris, on setting the tempo, starting fast. You know, Riley has got to get on the board. He's going to make it a mission this year to try to put some points on the board.
Well, Midland has yet to run out of its inflatable on the left, on our left side of the field. Now here come the Bulldogs. Some purple smoke going up as they make their way onto the field. Carroll, again, will receive the opening kickoff tonight. Looks like Brock Boyd will be one of the returners, along with Brooks Biggers in that return formation for the Dragons.
Of course, you have a little breeze. You have the band going. You have the cheerleaders going. The players are running out. Friday Night Lights are back in Dragon Country.
And fittingly for Friday Night Lights, we're in West Texas to get things started this year. So it will be Boyd and Harris back deep for the Dragons. Harris returned punts for Carroll for most of last season. The Dragons awaiting this Midland kickoff team to take the field. So we get a little of that scent of the smoke drifting up into our booth here in the press box.
It's one of the rare nights we're actually able to open the windows in our booth to really kind of feel the Friday nights, and so it's a welcome surprise.
Love doing the game with the windows open. It's also a beautiful night.
On the Rogers Ford Kickoff. Here comes the Bulldogs. It's time for kickoff.
For the Bulldogs, number 31, not on the roster, but will do the kicking duties here to get this one started for Midland. Beautiful night, 86 degrees as the sun has set here in West Texas, and we are underway in 2025. End-over-end kick fielded by Harris inside the 20-yard line, working his way up the right sideline and forced out of bounds. They'll mark him at the 34, and that is where the Carroll offense will take the field for the first time this season.
And honestly, any first drive you have, especially to start the season, the first drive of 2025, you want to set the tone. You want to get out there. You want to establish a line of scrimmage. Like we mentioned in the pregame, win in the trenches. Midland's back in on their linebackers, Robert Harden, number 5, and number 3, Lucas Ramirez. Those are their best players. They will try to get them in some type of blitz packages or backing coverage to try to slow down this Dragon intermediate pass game.
It is indeed Biggers alongside Renda to start this season as Renda drops back on the first play, throws to Boyd left side across the 40-45 and pushed out of bounds. With enough yardage for a first down, he gets to the 45, give him 11.
I love these plays by Coach Dodge. They're almost like a little bit of a run play, a quick little pop pass to Brock Boyd, and get Brock Boyd the football, get him in the space, get him to move the chains.
Carroll offense moving quickly here. 2 receivers each side, ball on the left hash. They'll hand to Biggers, running right, has a hole, gets through a defender at the 50, tripped up as he gets into Bulldogs territory.
We talked about Biggers getting into this inside zone concept. He's squeezing through the left guard or the right guard, Nathan Domraki and Tristan Dare. A great pickup on first down, making it a very manageable 2nd and 4.
Gain of 7 on first down for Biggers, who goes in motion out wide to the right. Renda, quick drop, throws on the slant left side. It's complete across the 40. Goes Brock Boyd for his 2nd reception of the night.
Talk about the poise of Renda, just getting the ball, setting his feet, delivering a strike. Really, when Gutter's barely out of his break, this a great delivery, moving the chains for the Dragons.
First downs brought to you by the Dragon Den, located in Dragon Stadium. Dragon Den, the official store for Dragon Spirit Wear. Renda out of the gun, with trips to the right this time. The 3-3 look up front from Midland, gives to Biggers running left side, gets ankle tackled as he crosses the 35-yard line down to the 32.
You gotta love the vision of Biggers. He was hitting there in the 3 and 4 hole, and it just scooted outside the tackle, got what was given to him. Great play by Biggers.
We see Harrison Phillips, the sophomore running back, check into the game for the first time, as well as tight end John Mark Fraga.
We talked about Fraga, what Coach Dodge loves about him. He's just a worker, he's a workhorse, and he gets there and gets the job done.
So it is 2nd and short for the Dragons. Renda looking end zone, has Boyd all alone, caught for the touchdown. Brock Boyd goes into the end zone to get the season started for Carroll. The Dragons are on top 6-0.
Chris, you got to love it. You're selling the run with the offensive line. You're pulling Will Barley out, securing the edge, and it allows Brock Boyd to get past the secondary for an easy Dragon touchdown. Dragons are on the board early. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
Dragon touchdowns sponsored by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate. as Gavin Strange is on for the CLC Roofing point after try. Out of the hold of Zach Hayes, the kick is up, and it is good. So just like we thought we might see, a quick strike by this Dragon offense. Less than 2 minutes into the game. The score is Carroll 7, Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Very quickly, the Dragons are up 7-0 after a 66-yard, 5-play drive that took 1 minute and 56 seconds and ended with a touchdown reception by Brock Boyd. So now Gavin Strange will kick it off for the Dragons. High end-over-end kick going to be allowed to bounce in the end zone by Jordan McGowan, one of the returners for the Bulldogs. And Midland will start at the 25-yard line tonight.
You're Carter Anderson and company. You're coming out. You're running this flexbone pistol triple option. Something probably a lot of Dragon fans remember from the 80s and mid 90s. But it's a tall task. They can't get behind the chains here. They've got to respond to that Dragon offense.
Again, Poulet Prime, the Vanderbilt commit at center. And Carter Anderson, the senior quarterback, in the pistol. Turns hands to the up back, who plows forward for a couple of yards, maybe a yard and a half. For Isaiah Miller.
You're going to see Midland all night. They want to run this midline right behind Big Prime, number 73, that center. Great job by the Dragon defense on staying in their gaps, maintaining control, and making the play.
So number 45, Isaiah Miller, the starting running back for this group. You also see Elijah Cordova, number 19, on the field for him. Carter Anderson, number 15, the quarterback. Some of the guys that will factor into carrying the ball tonight, along with Jordan McGowan, a senior, on 2nd and long. Up the middle again goes Miller. He's going to be brought down there by Crawford Taylor after a gain of 3 up to the 30-yard line.
Again, this is what Midland does. Essentially, Carter Anderson is reading that defensive end. If they crash or they stay. If he stays, he pulls it or he gives it. If he crashes, he's been pulled out to the triple option. So far, they're really trying to get their muscle behind Big Prime.
They are going to use as much clock as they can as well. Ball control certainly a part of their defense against Carroll, as Anderson takes the snap on 3rd down. And he tries to keep it himself and is swallowed up in the backfield for a big loss on the play. One of the first ones there for the Dragons again was Crawford Taylor.
We talked about Crawford Taylor being that twitchy type guy. He can get in the backfield and make disruptions, and you're going to have to do this against this Midland offense. Terrific job by the Dragons. Not only did you make the contact, but the Dragons swarmed.
So on to punt it away for Midland is Carson Ham. Back to receive for Carroll, Parker Harris. Dragons up 7-0 as we just tick under 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. Ham, one of the starting defensive backs for this team as well, and they're not going to get this snap off. It's going to be a delay of game. Or did Midland get a timeout called? Ham was...
Delay of game on the offense. 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
you could see Ham's body language trying to call for the snap as he saw that play clock winding down. They just didn't get the ball back in time.
Yeah, we talked about you start your first series of the season with a very, senior-laden team, but a young seniors who haven't got much experience. And again, you're playing behind the chains here where Midland didn't want to do.
So a low punt by Ham. It takes a good bounce for the Bulldogs. Fielded by Harris at the 35-yard line. He cuts back across at the 41 with some running room across the 45 across midfield. Harris with one man to beat is finally tripped up near the 30-yard line. But what a return by Parker Harris, reversing field and taking it deep in the Bulldogs territory.
Parker Harris, he's committed to Carroll School of Mines. He is such an explosive player. He almost tapped in last year at running back, but just watch him with his skills. Terrific job on just reversing the field for the Dragons and getting caught up by the punter, and he'll get some chuckles there in the locker room for that.
They actually lose 2 yards on the punt. Negative 2 yards on the drive for the Bulldogs, I should say. And took just under 3 minutes off the clock. So Carroll with great field position here at the Midland 30-yard line. It's Phillips back into the game at running back, and he'll get his first touch running up the middle for a short gain up to the 26.
I love what they did here. The scoring drive before the play, they pulled out and pulled Will Barley. They start off again, pulling him again on a counter, then hitting.
Carroll going to go 5 wide here. Cade Holdstrom, the senior receiver, into the game for the first time. One receiver left side of your screen as Renda throws the screen on the right side across the 20-yard line for the Dragons. Goes Boyd, his third catch of the day for another Dragon Den first down.
Good getting Boyd in these little pop passes there behind the line of scrimmage, letting him do some work in the open field. Great play call by Riley Dodge.
Carroll into the red zone now. The ball at the Bulldogs' 18-yard line. We've got a running back into the game. That's Phillips once more to Renda's right. Trips left, Boyd the lone receiver on the right side of the screen. Knowles, Mackey, and Gunter on the left. Renda drops back to pass, has time, throws it into the flat for Phillips. Phillips across the 10, inside the 5, battling through defenders, into the end zone for the touchdown. Harrison Phillips with his first touchdown of the season, but there is a flag back near the line of scrimmage.
Holding. Number 74 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay down.
So they get Luke Wilson for the hold, and that'll back the Dragons up and wipe the touchdown reception by Phillips off the board, but a physical run by the sophomore to plow his way into the end zone.
Harrison, he's a north and south runner. He wanted to get into that end zone, and he did. He's going to give Luke a little talk after the game for that one.
They go 5 receivers again here. 2 receivers stacked the bottom of your screen. Holstrom back into the game, out wide to the left. Renda out of the gun. Has all day to throw, goes over the middle. It is hauled in for another touchdown. Blake Gunter, the reception this time for the Dragons, and a play after they get one called back. Blake Gunter finds Pater. It's 13-0.
Poise. We talked about Renda, how he can deliver his strike. Great job by the offensive line with protection. And again, this is just Blake Gunter being an athlete, getting past the second level and getting into the third level. And, when he's that wide open, you're going to hit him every time. Terrific job by the Dragon offense.
Got a good look at it there on the Ricoh Revolution replay. All Dragon touchdowns this year brought to you by Kim Bedwell, Luxury Real Estate. Now Strange on for the extra point. It is up, and it is good. All extra points and field goals this season presented by CLC Roofing. So with 6:12 to go in the first quarter, it's Carroll 14, Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
A 3-play, 30-yard drive that took just a minute and 13 seconds for the Dragons, capped off by a Blake Gunter 28-yard touchdown reception, and stakes Carroll to an early 14-0 lead. Certainly a different start to the game this season than the way Carroll started against the Bulldogs a year ago.
No, absolutely. And again, we talk about getting up and really putting points on the board and not allowing the opposing offense to get down, chew up the clock, get an easy touchdown. This is what this Dragon team wants to get used to throughout this season.
Gavin Strange blasts the kickoff through the back of the end zone for another touchback. And Midland will once again start at the 25-yard line. Bulldogs lost 2 yards on their first possession of the game. This Carroll defense did not give them anywhere to run up the middle. Would you expect to see Midland to try to get the ball outside a little bit more?
I think they're going to try to test that perimeter a little bit. You know, Coach mentioned his perimeter receivers. He's got 4 of them that can help stretch the field, but I don't know if that's going to happen tonight.
Anderson out of the pistol. They'll plunge up the middle once more, and again, maybe a gain of a couple of yards. The flag comes in late from the far sideline. We'll see what this one is.
Jake Lucky with the tackle.
Lucky made the stop on Keandre Garnett, the senior slot receiver.
Personal foul. Face mask on the defense. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
I'm going to say one of the Dragons got a piece of the face mask of Garnett. So Midland catches a break there, and it's their biggest gain of the day.
It's the biggest play for Midland so far this quarter.
And if nothing else, backs them away from their own end zone just a little bit.
Well, it gives them a little bit of breathing room.
Well, we see a couple of guys out wide for the first time tonight for the Bulldogs. Ryder Sims, number 88, standing at the bottom of your screen, but they go up the middle again, met right at the line of scrimmage, and driven down there is Evan Taylor. Big stop by the Dragons.
And again, the Dragons doing an excellent job on just kind of slowing down this midline game by Midland. You know, they're spilling it, they're coming over top, they're maintaining their gaps. You know, they're not allowing a lot of yardage right behind the massive Big Prime.
No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Bulldogs. And we talked about that wearable technology during the pregame show. All of the Bulldogs do have wristbands on. As Anderson going to look to pass here, being chased out of the pocket, is not going to try to get rid of it, and is taken down for a sack in the backfield. Big play by this Carroll defense.
Tackles made by number 12.
Marcus Browse, one of the first ones there for Carroll. Zach Hayes also in on the stop.
Oh, you hate to see this as Zach Hayes is down right now. What a terrific job by Zach Hayes. You know, they don't pass a lot, but in hot pursuit, and then Marcus Browse coming over the top and finishing for the sack. Let's take a minute and just make sure Zach Hayes is okay.
The Midland training staff immediately went out to take a look at Hayes. It happened closer to their sideline. Let's take a look at the Carroll defense going back over to the Dragon sideline. It'll be 3rd and 18 after a loss of 8 on that sack for Carroll. Now Hayes is up and walking off the field under his own power. So, of course, good to see that. Head coach Riley Dodge standing on the hash, encouraging his defense to go get this 3rd down stop.
Zach Hayes, young man, glad he's okay. He's the young man heading out to Louisiana Tech he's committed to. Just a phenomenal player.
Jackson Oakley into the game now at a defensive end spot for the Dragons as Anderson looks to pass. They set up a screen. It's too high, incomplete. The intended receiver was Ross Blackburn, and this one falls to the turf. The Bulldogs will punt it away.
Dragon defense is doing exactly what they had to do for this game. Get Midland behind the chains, make them pass. It's not their forte. This is not their bread and butter. And so Midland's have to figure out something within this triple option to get the ball moving if they're going to try to keep it relevant into this game.
And here's Carson Ham to punt it away. Nearly got blocked. A high spiraling kick. Harris is going to field it, drops it, and will tap it out of bounds inside the Carroll 15-yard line. That one was headed towards the sideline as it was, and Dragons end up losing a few more yards on it.
Making the best out of a worse situation right there. Heads up by Parker, just tapping it out, into the sideline, get the ball out, no opportunity for Midland to get it.
So the ball is all the way back at the 15-yard line. Dragons with a long field ahead of them with 4:26 to go here in the first quarter. Chris Blake and Robert Clayton with you from Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. We had a lengthy lightning delay prior to this one, so that's why we are just in the first quarter now, approaching 9 o'clock. Biggers returns to the game for the Dragons. Renda throws quick over the middle. Mackey at the 30 or 20-yard line makes a defender miss and goes out of bounds along the Bulldogs sideline near the 30. A first down for the Dragons, brought to you by the Dragon Den.
What a comeback route by Mackey, and great moves with the football. Makes one athletic move, gets to the sideline, moves the chains for the Dragons.
Midland wants to go slow on offense. Carroll wants to go fast. They motion Gunter out to the left side. 1st and 10 from the Carroll 30. Renda will throw left side, has a man across the 40. Another first down up to the 42-yard line. A 12-yard pickup there by Brody Knowles.
Again, a little curl route by Brody Knowles. And this is a 6'5", 6'6" target. He's standing there all alone. And Renda delivers a strike once again. Moves the chains for this Carroll offense. We're seeing this early and often with this offense.
Dragon Den first down on back-to-back plays for Carroll as they come out in trips to the right. Knowles, the lone receiver, the top of your screen. Check that, 4 receivers to the right side. We've seen him go empty backfield often here early in this one. They've sent Boyd in motion. Renda looking to throw. He's going to take a shot down the right hash. It is intercepted, picked off by the Bulldogs. JoJo Levens jumping the route and coming away with the pick for Midland.
Now Angelo wants that back. He had Boyd in motion, and he was eyeballing Blake Gunter the whole time. And a little more touch on that ball, and Blake has it, but heads up play by Midland.
Check that, it was Carson Ham on the interception as we get a look at the Rico Revolution replay. Ham also handling the punting duties for Midland tonight. Turnovers brought to you by Paragon Design. Turn over your next home remodel or home build to the Paragon Design Group. Running up the middle, Isaiah Miller running up the middle for the Bulldogs. Picks up a couple of yards on first down to the 40.
Great job by Jackson Oakley coming in off the bench for Zach Hayes and running down that heel line on that midline and making the play. That's not an easy play to do.
So it'll be 2nd and 8. Just over 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Carroll has scored with big plays, touchdown receptions by Brock Boyd and Blake Gunter. So Anderson looking to throw here is going to be flushed out to the right, trying to tuck it and run. Works his way back up to the line of scrimmage and maybe gets a yard on the play, but in hot pursuit were several of the Dragon defensive linemen.
We've seen Midland go to the pass a little early, within their own series. I'm not sure that's going to be a recommended thing to do, but hot pursuit by Marcus Browse, and then great job by Crawford Taylor finishing off.
Sort of getting away from what they do well.
Yeah, it's getting away from the game plan, and I'm not sure what they're seeing that's forcing them to do that. I would stick what your MO is. Really try to turn some time off this clock. Don't get in there in these passing situations.
So Miller remains in the backfield, 2 receivers each side. Anderson looks to throw again, doesn't have time, and is going to be dropped right at the line of scrimmage. So back-to-back passing attempts by the Bulldogs. Anderson just gets to the line of scrimmage on each of them, and now they're facing another 4th down.
This is what's so important about this Lee Munn defense. He can play a 3-3 stack, but it also gives them more guys back in the secondary. So if you can play and penetrate up front, within those 3 down linemen, it gives you a lot of flexibility in that back end, and it makes it even tougher to pass the ball with a team that doesn't really pass.
So Ham on to punt it away. He's the one that had the interception for the Bulldogs on the last Carroll series. Harris back to receive. This one, a much shorter kick by Ham, is going to hit shy of the 30-yard line, take a Bulldogs roll out of bounds along the Carroll sideline. And this Carroll offense will quickly get another shot here in the first quarter.
And after talking to Riley Dodge, he's talked a lot about coming out of camp, how impressed he was for his defense in just how they communicate and how he feels, they're going to be something special this year. And I'll tell you what, each drive we've seen tonight has been a great sense of defense on that end, on what is to come. And so stopping this Midland offense isn't an easy thing to do.
Here's Renda, mishandles the snap, picks it up, now trying to run with it. That's Boyd with it, actually, across the 35-yard line for Carroll as they turn what could have been a disaster into another Dragon Den first down.
Yeah, bobble, but I tell you what, you have Boyd. You get the ball into Boyd's hand, he's going to make something happen, and he definitely can. He's such an electrifying player, Chris. The young man's going to Ohio State. It's a huge future in front of him.
Renda 6 for 7 tonight, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Comes out 3 receivers left side. Biggers back there with him as well. Tight end into the game for Carroll this possession as Renda throws one intended for Mackey, but it falls incomplete.
Yeah, a little pop pass again to Mackey. Probably want to get a little bit back, and we've seen a few throws here on the last 2 series from Renda that throws you probably wish you had back.
So clock stops with 59 seconds to go in the first quarter. 2nd and 10 coming up for the Dragons. Boyd, the lone receiver on the right side for Carroll here. 2 receivers left with Gunter lined up as an H-back. They motion Mackey out wide to the left. Renda gives to Biggers, working across the numbers outside the 40, 45, 50, and plowing his way into Bulldog territory. They'll mark him out at the 49 for a first down presented by the Dragon Den.
The night gets really easy for Mr. Biggers when you're running right behind, Tristan Dare, the right tackle, just engulfing the defensive end. Great run by Biggers.
He gets it again, running right side. This time going to be grabbed from behind and brought down after a gain of 3. In on the stop for the Bulldogs, Juan Lujan.
You cross this 50-yard line, Chris. It's start to lean on that offensive line. Altogether, it's almost about 1,500 pounds of just prime rib, big old boys. Get behind that line, the number 3 rated offensive line unit in the state of Texas.
Fraga into the game, tight end, right side of the set for Carroll on 2nd down. Renda pumps, now throws to his check down. That's the running back Phillips out of the backfield, and he's brought down shy of the 40-yard line through a short gain by number 25 there.
Howdy, Midland Bulldogs.
Of the Bulldogs.
I am your host.
That'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. After 1 quarter of play, the score is Carroll 14, Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
All right, contestants, on your mark, get set.
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
We'd like to thank our premier sponsor, Rogers Ford.
So we switch directions as we begin the second quarter here at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Dragon ball facing a third down and short. Fraga comes in motion, left side of the set. They keep it on the ground, and a big hole up the middle for Phillips. Phillips across the 20, inside the 15, and he will get into the end zone for the touchdown. Harrison Phillips was denied his first time after a penalty flag came out. This time, no laundry on the field. He's in there, and the Dragons lead it 20-0.
Oh, you know the super sophomores just hyped up right now. We talked about this offensive line being the number three rated unit in the state of Texas, right between Kerry Clayton, the center, and right guard Nathan Dumrocky. I could have run through that hole, Chris. What an explosive play by Harrison Phillips. He goes north and south. He has his eyes set on the end zone. Touchdown, Dragons.
A replay is brought to you by Recoat Revolution as Strange comes on for the point after try. It is up and good. Touchdowns sponsored by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate this season, while our extra points presented by CLC Roofing. With 11:50 to go before halftime, it's Carroll 21 and Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Great customer service that hits bullseye.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all three major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
Carroll covers 75 yards in 6 plays and just a minute and 40 seconds to score its third touchdown of the night. A Harrison Phillips rushing score to put him up 21-0 as Gavin Strange sends the kickoff out of the end zone for another touchback, his third of the night. And Midland offensively now, you'd think just getting a couple of first downs, maintaining possession for several minutes to give its defense a bit of a breather would be priority number one.
Yeah, you got to stay on the ground here. You got to chew up some clock. That's part of your strategy right now.
Snap is bobbled. Anderson comes away with it, and he's brought down in the backfield. They're in a hurry for Carroll. Once again, Crawford Taylor, who has been outstanding to start this game.
It feels like we've been talking about Crawford, every moment this game, and he really turned it on last year in the playoffs. But I tell you what, he's got a fast twitch. He's a twitchy guy. He can get to the backfield and disrupt it, just like you saw there. Terrific job by Crawford Taylor.
This is the second season in a row we've seen Carroll move a guy that's a little bit quicker to the inside. We saw it with Austin Davidge last year to pair alongside a bigger defensive tackle. What kind of problems does that cause?
Well, it's tough. As an offensive lineman, we're big guys. We're not fast. We don't want to deal with quickness. We just want to maul you. So you get a guy in there, he can use his speed and balance and create havoc. It's a tough gig for a big guy.
Anderson completes his first pass of the day to Ryder Sims. And Busman with the stop for the Dragons. It still puts him behind the chains at 3rd and 11.
Yeah, they're moving out of the bone just a little bit here, Chris. They're splitting out into 4 wide here and trying to get the ball down the field.
Well, Evan Taylor, the running back, lined up behind Anderson. Keonjay Garrett, right side of your screen. They bring a player in motion. And a timeout called by the Bulldogs.
First team, timeout.
Timeouts presented by Carroll ISD Special Olympics. And we'll take that timeout with them with 10:57 to go in the second. 21-0 Carroll on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
A 3rd and 11 for the Bulldogs. Carroll trying to come up with a stop here. He goes right up the middle and stopped after a gain of 2 yards by the Dragons is Evan Taylor. It'll be another 4th down, and Crawford Taylor once more getting up from the bottom of that pile.
Midland's trying to do everything. They're trying to go 4 wide. They're trying to get the guys out of the box. They're trying to spread the defense out just a little bit to give them a breathing room in the running game, and it still isn't helping. That front 3 of Southlake is doing a terrific job of just getting to their gaps and making plays.
So Harris will have another chance at a punt return here for the Dragons. He's had one big one so far, and also had one that Carroll lost some yardage on as Ham gets it away. High end-over-end kick, short kick here. Harris telling everyone to get away from it, takes a Carroll bounce. The Dragons are going to have possession of this at the Midland 40-yard line.
This is what I love seeing about the Carroll offense so far. It's been a good mixture of pass and run, and even the small pop passes behind the line of scrimmage to me are like run plays. It's a good mixture, and for a lot of people at home, they don't always realize that Southlake is a run-first offense that helps set up the pass, and so you get in between this 50-yard line. Get behind that offensive line, work the ball down to the end zone like they did last drive.
So Biggers in there at running back for the Dragons. They have Knowles in sort of an H-back spot off the hip of the right tackle. Now Brody goes out in motion to the right. And they're going to call a false start on Carroll.
Prior to the snap, false start. Number 84 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
So the tight end, Fraga, jumped there. Backs the Dragons up 5 yards. And before the first play of this possession gets started, they bring an extra receiver onto the field now that it's 1st and 15. 2 receivers right. They send Mackey out wide to the right, throw into the flat for Gunter. Gunter across the 45-40, near the original line of scrimmage, up to the 38-yard line. Gain of 7 on the play for Blake Gunter.
Yeah, again, using Blake Gunter, he's a big physical receiver. You get him out there on the perimeter in these type of passes that are like runs. He's a tough guy to bring down. A good pickup there on 1st down for the Dragons.
2nd and 8 upcoming for Carroll. Knowles on the left side of the field by himself. Biggers in the backfield. Now they motion Biggers out to the left side of this formation. Renda looking to throw. Going to go deep left side over the head of Brody Knowles and incomplete. In coverage for the Bulldogs was Carson Ham.
A good job by Carson Ham of sticking with Brody Knowles. Again, Brody Knowles is a big target at 6'6". You know, you saw Renda, you almost thought he was going to do the check down there to Biggers there in the flat, but he wanted to try to see if he could get Knowles on a mismatch.
So 3rd and 8, longest third down Carroll has faced today. Renda looks right side, complete along the sideline to Boyd, who steps out of bounds after a Dragon Den first down.
Talk about, the poise of Renda just sitting back there collecting his feet. When he collects his feet, he can deliver a strike. And again, you get it out to Boyd on a comeback route. Just does a terrific job. You know, Boyd, what I love about Boyd, Chris, is that once he gets the ball, it's really hard to stop him here in the open field. He's just one of those special athletes.
6 catches for Boyd already tonight as Renda looks to throw, dropping back, going to take a shot at the end zone, looking to the near corner, and it's incomplete. The intended target was Knowles.
He gets Knowles on that same route as the play before. He likes that mismatch that he's seen with Carson Ham there in the secondary. You know, if I'm Riley, it's 2nd down. Let's put it on the ground. Let's chew up some yards a little bit.
Still more than 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. 2 receivers each side for the Dragons. They give it to Biggers on the ground, running left side. He has a big hole across the 15 inside the 10, and finally wrestled to the ground by Ham of the Bulldogs. There is a flag behind the play. Get another look at it in the Rico Revolution replay.
Illegal block in the back on the offense. Number 5, that's a spot foul. Or replay 2nd down.
Called Gunter for a block in the back. Carson Ham a little bit slow to get up after that one, but appears to be okay staying on the field.
That was a really good block interior, by Will Barley and Luke Wilson. Really sprung the play. They're going to give Blank a hard time in the locker room for that one.
Biggers goes out to the right side. Renda looking to throw. Looking for Biggers, and it's intercepted. Picked off by the Bulldogs. As coming back with it the other way is Devin Rodriguez, the sophomore cornerback. And it's the 2nd interception thrown by Renda tonight. Uncharacteristic for the senior quarterback. Turnovers tonight brought to you by Carroll ISD Special Olympics.
It looks like they were just on the different page, Renda and Biggers, and heads up, Devin Rodriguez just happened to be there. It looks like there was a miscommunication on either the route, what route they were taking. But again, I know Renda wants to have that one back.
So Carroll turns it over, marching toward the Bulldogs' end zone. Anderson pitches it out right side. A big hit delivered by the Dragons. It's Marcus Browse getting in there, or William Chen to lay the wood.
Again, finally getting the triple option out there and getting there on the outside. But I tell you what, you come in there with Browse. Browse is that guy. He can get his hand on the line or go back down as the linebacker, and he can deliver a hit, Chris, and he did that play.
They picked up about 3 on the play. And a little surprised we haven't seen more of that from the Bulldogs so far tonight. Shifting the play at the line. Anderson hands up the middle. Maybe a yard, pushed back.
Jake Lucky, he's just a monster in the middle. He took on almost 2 blockers that time, found the ball carrier there on the midline and made the play. He's playing outstanding tonight. There's not a lot of glory in that, playing that nose guard position. You're in the trenches. It's a hard fight. You don't get your name called a lot, but what you do is you allow your teammates to make the plays. He's done a fantabulous job tonight.
Anderson looking to throw, gets it out right side. It is knocked away. Incomplete. The intended target was Keandre Garrett in coverage for the Dragons was Landon Harris.
Yeah, good job by Landon Harris being there and breaking up the ball. But again, Browse on the pressure. He's making his name known tonight in this game with the pressures and the authority. He's making the hits. He's doing a really good job on just having his presence filled on the field.
So Ham will punt it away once again. Good one this time. Harris will let it bounce near the 35-yard line and stopped there by Amarion White of the Bulldogs. These Midland possessions have not lasted long tonight. They've not done what we say they would need to do to try to slow down this Carroll offense, which is maintain possession.
Well, it was going to be a tall task. Starting quarterbacks out, really the field general for that offense, and triple option isn't easy. It's not something you use plug and go. It's reps and reps and reps, and that's going to take more time for the season.
So Renda will keep it on the ground here. Spinning out of a tackle is Phillips, just shy of the first down marker, up to about the 45-yard line.
This makes it pretty easy for Phillips. When you have your offensive line, you're not even touched, 4 to 5 yards down the field. They're doing an excellent job, just as a three-man front, executing on their combination blocks. And I tell you what, Harrison Phillips coming out party for him tonight. He's doing a phenomenal job getting north and south.
Fraga coming in motion for Carroll. Renda again keeps it on the ground. And again, Phillips going up the middle for the Dragons.
For Southlake Carroll.
You love seeing Phillips. Again, I can't say enough about the young man coming in as a sophomore, doing an excellent job. Again, don't make it harder than it has to be. Get behind those big guys up front and let them do the work, and you just grab the yardage. But excellent job by the Carroll offensive line. And, of course, Chris, I love watching it stay on the ground.
58 yards tonight for Phillips already here before halftime after picking up another Dragon Den first down. Biggers into the game for Carroll now as Phillips gets a breather. They'll motion Gunter out right side. Rendo dropping back, going deep down the right sideline, looking for Boyd. Did he keep a foot in bounds?
Pass is ruled out of bounds.
They're going to say he did not. No immediate signal from the officiating crew whether it was caught or incomplete, but Boyd just over the boundary when he hauled that one in.
Yeah, a little smash comp set here on the right side, and looks like he almost had it. Looks like his left foot stepped first out of bounds.
Tried to keep that right toe on the turf for that Recoat Revolution replay. Renda flushed out of the pocket. Now tucks it, looks to run across the original line of scrimmage, 45 and out of bounds along the Bulldogs sideline. Shy of the yard to gain for the first down, but only by about a yard.
I'd love to see that from Renda. Don't force it down the field. If it's not there, you're plenty fast. You're one of the fastest guys, if not the fastest guy on the field. Use it with your legs. Try to get that first down.
Third and short. They'll give it to Biggers. He's got it and more before going down at the 35-yard line. A Dragon Den first down.
Great job by Biggers on pressing that on that front side to the left and making a cut back to the right, doing exactly what inside zone is intended to do.
Carroll going hurry up here. They keep it on the ground. Biggers again across the 30, diving forward to the 27-yard line.
Number 24, looks Biggers with the carry.
And Dragons starting to get it done on the ground a little bit more here.
Lean on your linemen. You can already see them. Their bellies are coming out. They're getting a little tired. This is an extended drive, a lot of run plays. Get behind the big guys.
Second and short for the Dragons. 2nd and 3 to go from the 28. Marching back towards the Bulldogs' red zone. On the ground again. Biggers, first down and then some across the 20-yard line. First downs presented by the Dragon Den.
These last few runs are going to be clinic tapes on how to run the inside zone. What a terrific job, again, by the interior three, Will Barley, Kerry Clayton, and Nathan Domrocky, just opening holes at will. Great job by Biggers on finding it, accelerating, and getting the first down.
The ball now up to the 18. 3 receivers to the right. Knowles, the lone receiver, to the left. Biggers still in the game after getting a couple of consecutive carries. A flag comes out.
Right on the snap. False start. 72 offense. First down.
They're going to call a false start on Tristan Dare.
A quick reminder for everyone to know.
It looked like the official almost came up and said something to him about the way he was looking back to the line or to the sideline to get the new play call.
It's surprising because linemen don't commit penalties.
Ever.
Ever.
No such thing as a hold. Renda throws into the flat. It's complete to Mackey outside the 15, inside the 10, and into the end zone for the touchdown. Or did he step out? There's a flag back near the 12-yard line. So he did get in there, but a flag. Looks like this one could be coming back.
Holding on the offense. Number 1. 10-yard penalty. Disqualified foul. Replay first down.
Carroll uncharacteristically committing penalties on consecutive plays here, backing them up. That one on Brock Boyd, blocking out wide for Mackey. It'll be 1st and 15. As they stack two receivers almost on the sideline, on that right side of the field. It's Boyd and Gunter over there. Knowles and Mackey on the left side. They leave it on the ground. Biggers plowing over a defender inside the 15. Did the ball come out?
With the carry up the middle.
A couple players went diving after it, and it looked like it may have, but was picked up by Nathan Damaraki after it was on the turf.
Will Barley, the left guard, just completely collapsed the right side of Midland's defensive line, and Biggers just followed him right through the hole. Terrific job by Will Barley.
They pick up 10 on that play to get it back to 2nd and 5 after the holding penalty. And on the ground it goes once again. This is Phillips diving forward to just shy of the 10-yard line. It'll be 3rd and very short for the Dragons.
I love seeing, Phillips and Biggers are starting to run that inside zone, being patient, finding the hole and accelerating through. Good job by Harrison. I'm guaranteed he's going to get his name called on this play, get north and south and get this first down for the Dragons.
Two tight ends in for Carroll, Bobrowski and Fraga. Renda hands to Phillips. Has the first down yardage by a few inches up to the 8-yard line. That'll move the sticks for a Dragon Den first down.
Get behind the big guys, Chris.
Phillips getting involved here early for Carroll. Both running backs in their Dragon varsity debuts have looked good so far tonight. 1st and goal. Phillips remains in the ball game. Fraga in there at the tight end spot. They throw the fade up to the right corner, and it's out of bounds, intended for Boyd, but a little too much on it. A couple of defenders over there smothering him as well.
Yeah, just a little too far, but what a one-headed catch by Brock Boyd. He's hard to cover.
2nd goal now, ball at the 8-yard line. Fraga in the slot this time. Phillips still in the game at running back. Renda going to keep it, running around right tackle, stopped inside the 5-yard line, down to the 3.
Right side, inside the 5-yard line.
A swarm of purple jerseys cover him up, led by Juan Lujan. Down to 1:53 to go before halftime. And a timeout called on the field. Timeouts presented by Carroll ISD Special Olympics. We'll take it as well. Dragons up 21-0, under 2 to go before the half on the Dragon Sports Network.
Dr. Angela Bowers would like to invite you to visit Southlake Dermatology, which serves patients throughout the Metroplex in medical, surgical, and cosmetic dermatology. We recommend always using a zinc oxide sunscreen, such as Elta MD, and utilizing HelioCare, which is a sun protective pill. We have seen the incidence of skin cancers on the rise, including melanoma, which is the most harmful type. With yearly skin checks, we will be able to find skin cancer much earlier. Read about skin cancer and sunscreen options online at southlakedermatology.com.
Third and goal for the Dragons out of this timeout, taken by the Bulldogs with 1:53 to go before halftime. Dragons already up 3 scores. 21-0. Renda out of the gun with Biggers in the backfield. They'll give it to Biggers, keeping it on the ground, and he is into the end zone for the touchdown. Touchdown Dragons. Brooks Biggers with his first in the green and white.
We'll watch the Rico Revolution replay here with Biggers. Great job just pressing the right side and finding the hole. And I tell you what, Nathan Domraki, great job. Kerry Clayton, Will Barley, just tremendous job, this offensive line, on getting these young backs into the end zone. You know, first Harrison Phillips, now Brooks Bigger.
Touchdowns brought to you by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate as Gavin Strange knocks in the CLC Roofing point after attempt. With 1:47 to go before halftime, it's Carroll 28 and Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
As a Dragon, it's all about protecting the tradition. As a church, it's our mission to make more deeply committed followers of Jesus. This is Todd Renner from White's Chapel in Southlake. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been a part of this community. And though times have changed, our need for the gospel of Jesus Christ, our need to worship and grow and serve, our need to shine the light into the darkness hasn't. That's why White's Chapel is a church where tradition meets today.
Dragons lead by 4 touchdowns now after a 13-play, 63-yard drive that took more than 5 minutes off the clock. So the Dragons showing that they can both strike quickly, Robert, and eat up 5 minutes if they keep it on the ground.
Well, if you can do that, it's almost what a game plan Midland wanted to do, but you know, Dragons are doing it on the ground, and you don't always necessarily see that, but you know, there's a time and place when you got to lean on that offensive line, and when they're opening those holes and running backs aren't getting touched until 5-6 yards down the field, just keep it going, Coach.
Gavin Strange will kick it off. Back to return, Jordan McGowan and Holt Howard for the Bulldogs. End-over-end kick will not be returnable, and Midland will once again start at the 25-yard line. So you talked some about Carroll running the inside zone on offense. When you say that, what are they trying to do with their running backs?
Well, you have a blanket. It's in between the tackles. So what you're trying to do is work on your combinations, play side and backside. You're trying to get the flow of the defense and create some type of cutback lane. It really depends, especially against Midland, when they have that nose guard, what direction he takes. So that's going to clear the hole the running back goes. And it's a very dynamic run play. It gives you a lot of options as an offense.
Anderson keeps it on first down, the biggest offensive play of the day for the Bulldogs, across midfield into Carroll territory. The senior quarterback fired up, picking up a Dragon Den first down.
The Recode Revolution replay here, you can see Carter Anderson. Again, this is triple option at its finest. You have it crash down, it's open on the outside. Great wheels by Carter Anderson and getting into the second level of the Dragons defense and just making a play with his legs.
We've seen a couple of times the triple option work well for this team. Now they plunge back up the middle with Isaiah Miller, and he picks up about 7 yards to the 42.
This is what this Midland offense has to do to create this confusion for the Dragon defense. You've got to be able to pull off the triple option, hit the midline, and keep this defense honest.
Browse on the stop there. It was Evan Taylor on the carry, the sophomore running back. He's still in the game now behind Anderson. They give it to Taylor again, running forward, close to the first down marker at the 39-yard line. We'll see if they tell the chain gang to move him down the field.
Crawford Taylor. The Dragons.
Timeout.
41
Southlake.
seconds to go
First team time.
in the first half, and Carroll will spend its first timeout. Timeouts presented by Dragon Special Olympics. We'll take it as well. With 41 seconds to go in the second quarter, it's Carroll 28 and Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, did you hear? Somebody didn't want Feed Store barbecue. That's right, it's true. One fella the other day, he wanted Feed Store chicken fried steak, and another asked for a Feed Store hamburger. And one scamp, well, he even had the nerve to ask for Feed Store burn ends. Yeah, Feed Store is famous for its barbecue, but there's so much more. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
Please close your eyes or cover your eyes when the lights show. This will last about 15 seconds following the Bulldog score.
41 seconds to go in the second quarter. Midland trying to get on the board here with a new set of downs, 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line, so they do end up moving the sticks for them. A Dragon Den first down. It is Taylor in the backfield behind Anderson. Anderson keeping it this time is going to be smoked in the backfield. Coming up to make the hit, Parker Harris knifing through to cut down the quarterback.
Chris, we talk about how you've got to play your job and just be the man to make your play. That's when all 10 are doing their job, and then Parker Harris comes out in safety position and makes a huge play on Carter Anderson. Great job, young man.
Another timeout here on the field.
On the clock, please.
They'll reset the game clock to 35 seconds. There's another Carroll ISD Special Olympics timeout. And with another timeout taken here, Carroll wanting to see if it can get the ball back here with less than a minute to go. The scoreboard is not indicated which team called the timeout. But Midland getting set for a second and long play here with 35 seconds to go. They have at least one timeout. But they have not been. It was the Bulldogs that did take that timeout. So one timeout left, 35 seconds to go. 3 downs to play with for the Bulldogs. Do you go back to the air?
You got to do something. You got to do something fast.
2 receivers left, one in the slot right. Anderson fakes the handoff, now goes forward, taken down after a short gain.
Carter Anderson with the keeper up the middle.
By the Dragons. Will Lines on the stop. May have been miscommunication as he turned to hand it off and nobody was there.
This stuff is a great job by Jake Lucky, and it's not a name we've called a lot tonight, but going against Big Prime, you can see the size disadvantage. He's just done a terrific job on standing him up, allowing the linebackers to go make the play. Great job by Will Lines.
So Midland uses its final timeout, presented by Carroll ISD Special Olympics.
I think you've got to be careful here, right, Chris? I mean, if you turn the ball over here, almost at midfield to the Dragons, or is it still a third down, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you got to be careful. If I was Midland, I would just be trying to get the clock moving and just get out for half.
They're down 28-0. A little bit different feel than last year's game between these two teams, which was close in the first half. Carroll ultimately pulled away and won 48-24. So Midland, the decision to make for Thad Fortune, whether they keep it on the ground or go to the air here on third down with time running out in the first half. Anderson will roll out to his right. Looking downfield, throws incomplete. The intended receiver was Ryder Sims. pressure on the play applied by Lucky, Crawford, and Lines. It'll be 4th down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to do something that you're not really experienced at doing, especially doing it on a rollout when you're not even conceptually a passing team. You know, it's been a tough night, a frustrating night for Midland. They had to spurt this drive that they were executing, and then, you know, obviously just kind of stops here late in the second quarter.
They're going to go for it on 4th down. You would imagine this has to be a pass play for the Bulldogs. Anderson, traditional drop back here, chased out of the pocket, puts his head down and going to be stopped. Picks up a couple of yards, but nothing more. The Dragons stop him on 4th down and turn him over. They'll get it back with 16 seconds to go.
We talked about this being tough. You know, Riley is going to want to put some type of points on the board. He's not going to shy away from this opportunity, and that's a tough one for Midland to do. I know the field position isn't really gained if you punt it, or they don't really have a field goal kicker, but at the same time, you should have used the clock as your advantage there.
Could have run it on 3rd down, let it wind down, but you also run the risk there, I guess, of Riley Dodge spending one of his timeouts to make sure the Dragons get the ball back. So with 16 seconds to go, Carroll has 2 timeouts remaining. Maybe time for 3 plays. You don't have to go to the boundary. You've got the timeouts. So Renda will keep it on the ground on 1st down. Across the 40-yard line goes Biggers. And, well, we were both wrong. Riley Dodge is going to let the clock run out here, content to go to the locker room with a 28-point lead at the half. So all Dragons in half number 1. After that lightning delay, the Carroll offense comes out with a little bit of electricity, leading 28-0 at halftime. Feed Store Barbecue comes your way next on the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show, I should say, comes your way next on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. Julie Walter here from the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title, located right here in Southlake. It's Dragon football season, and as a mother of 4 former Dragons, I truly know how busy our fall schedules can get. At the Baker Firm, we provide great customer service with our knowledgeable escrow team, and we pride ourselves with a boutique-style title office that will close our customers anywhere in the DFW area. So, as you get ready to sell, buy, or refinance your home, be sure to tell your local agent or lender you want to close with the Baker Firm, and you are sure to score a touchdown.
Hey, Dragon fans, this is Robert Clayton with the Clayton team at Clayton Real Estate. Karen Young and I have been proudly serving Southlake for over 30 years in residential resale, family owned and operated, and former Dragons. Being a Dragon graduate, you truly understand what it means to be a Dragon. Tradition, excellence, and a winning team. That's what we provide our clients, the best service and experience in the industry with a winning tradition. Dragons representing Dragons. Call us today at 817-894-4152 or visit us on the web at www.dragonrealtors.com. Go Dragons.
Looking for a roofer who truly knows Southlake? My name is Chad Cross, owner of CLC Roofing, a longtime Southlake resident who's proud to serve this community. For decades, we have protected Dragon Country with roofs built to handle the scorching sun, sudden hail, and high winds, all while keeping your homes looking beautiful. CLC Roofing proudly supports the Carroll ISD, the Carroll Booster Club, and local events. Supporting Southlake is part of who we are. We know every HOA standard, city code, and neighborhood nuance because we live here too. When the storm hits, we're not hours away. We're already in your community, ready to help the moment you need us. Our crews are safety certified and led by project managers who always focus on details. From minor repairs to full replacements, we bring expert craftsmanship and clear communication to every project. We only install top-tier roofing materials, and as an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred contractor, we can offer extended warranties most roofers cannot, because trust and quality go hand in hand. Protect the tradition, Southlake.
Southlake Dermatology offers specialized acne regimens using a combination of prescriptions and procedures that are covered by insurance. The Specialized Acne Treatment Center offers a full range of services with access to samples and rebates that are only available through a dermatologist. Our office is on the 3rd floor of the Southlake Medical Building attached to Methodist Hospital off of 114. Find us on Facebook or search our website at southlakedermatology.com.
Welcome into the Feed Store Barbecue halftime show from Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Chris Blake with Robert Clayton. Dragons on top 28-0 at halftime in the season opener, and we're pleased to be joined in the booth now by president of the Dragon Touchdown Club, Ron Slavin. Ron, how are we doing tonight? How was the drive out?
The drive was good. Then we got here and didn't know if we were going to play. So the Lightning was exactly like 10 miles away, and it made me a little nervous, but I'm glad we're playing and already to halftime.
Well, we were joking around about our filibustering in the pregame. We should have had you up here and had the Ron Slavin hour. It would have been great.
We should have. We could have done a roast.
But Ron, I mean, honestly, being the president of the Touchdown Club, I think it's great for the community to hear kind of everything that the Touchdown Club is accomplishing. So tell us a little bit about, in your tenure of taking over as president, what is everything the club has accomplished, and really overall in general, the Touchdown Club?
Well, since we started this 4 years ago, we kind of wanted to, see how it would start out, see how we could raise some money. People were telling me, hopefully we're going to raise $100,000, and I said I wanted to raise $100,000 in week one. So we raised a bunch of money. We gave back to the training room at the high school. We did the run-through for the football team. We did a run-through for the cheerleaders. We've given to baseball, speakers in the batting cages. And then our big project was the weight room, nutrition room, recovery room, where, that's over $1 million project. And again, that's a huge help from the school board. Our new superintendent, Jeremy Glenn, has been awesome to work with. And then the Touchdown Club, the original members who believed, and then the people who jumped on board as they saw the progress and saw the things that we were getting done. And the weight room, I represent NFL football players for a living, and my clients have seen our weight room and seen our facilities now, and they're like, this is as good as some Division I colleges. So it's awesome to see. It's great that we have 500 to 600 athletes that come through there now with the weight room. Nutrition room's been awesome. Legendary Foods donated pallets of protein from January until this past summer, and now we have the CABC chipping in, and all the kids are getting protein every morning after workouts or throughout the day when they're getting the workouts in. And again, it's for all sports. So with the 36 different racks and the TVs on the racks, we can have girls volleyball in there with girls softball, and we can have boys baseball with boys cross country, and we can mix it up, and everybody's getting use of it, and it's been awesome to see. And I was up there enough and spent enough time up there during the project, and once the project was done, moving on to the field house, getting that weight room part done and new speakers in the field house, where you see a difference in all these kids' bodies, where they're getting bigger, stronger, definitely faster, and we'll see results on the field because of it.
Well, we talked about the impact on just extending the offseason, not having spring football, to give the ability in the new weight room, and also the investment in Coach Castleberry that originally came from the Touchdown Club as well. It's been a great just environment to see the community come together. And if you're out there listening, and alumni, past students, community members, if you haven't seen the weight room, go up there and check it out. I'll tell you, it does rival most Division I facilities. Speaking of, what's on the horizon now?
Well, we're finishing up. Well, we just sold all 80 lockers for the varsity football team. We're going to do that, and then the next projects will be volleyball, basketball, baseball locker rooms. Continue to build for all the sports, and again, that's why we're going to rebrand here. We have a golf outing on November 10th at 8 a.m., and we're going to post golf outing, we're going to rebrand it, and it's going to be called the Dragon Tradition Club, so we keep it DTC, but we want to get all sports involved. I know the Touchdown Club name in the beginning, we knew it was going to run through football first, but what we've learned is the Touchdown name can intimidate other parents and other sports, and we never wanted that. We wanted to include everybody, and if you look at the projects that we've done, again, with the training room, we got 2 cold plunges installed, recovery room, all these things, all 500 athletes that go through the field house are using it. And then the indoor has got all new lights. The turf has been shortened a little bit because we're going to add more racks, so we'll have 52 total racks for all sports to use. And the way that we're building this thing out, I don't think there's any high school in the state of Texas that's going to have better facilities for all sports. The locker rooms all needed upgrading, the paint on the walls. I mean, all the things that we're doing that hadn't happened in 15 to 20 years in the building is all happening now. And again, I give a ton of credit to the school board and Jeremy Glenn, our superintendent, for helping us get things done and making sure that all this stuff is happening.
Yeah, it's super cool. They got TVs on top of the weights in the weight room is pretty neat. And then the entire interior is wrapped. And you have digital TVs up that show your past players that came through the program. I'm talking dating back since the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's really, really cool. It's a cool experience for if you haven't seen it yet.
How many Robert Clayton posters are in that weight room?
We couldn't do that because then there'd have to be like autograph signings and other things that be going on. So we have to limit traffic going through there, so we couldn't have too much Robert Clayton stuff on the wall.
Gotta be careful, Chris. I'll do some signatures for you.
Okay, appreciate it. Well, Ron, what are some of the ways families can get involved in the Touchdown Club? What are ways to give back that you guys have coming up in addition to that golf tournament?
So the website is dragontdc.org. You can go to the website. You can donate there. You can send me an email through the website, and I can give you any information that you guys are looking for out there. Again, it's all sports. We work hand in hand now with CABC. We've been having meetings with CABC to make sure that, hopefully the district can bake the cake and CABC helps with the cake, and then we can put the frosting on the cake. That's kind of the way that we're approaching this thing. And we do the big capital projects and help with those that, again, we're going to continue to help build this thing. And I love this community, and I hope everybody out there that's listening understands what a special place this is. We have so many great families, so many giving families, and so many people that, as long as they see progress, they're donating and helping. And I mean, our gala last weekend, Sarah and Sean Mackey put on an unbelievable event. People said it was the most fun they've had since being in Southlake. And we're going to keep doing really fun events and keep doing things that, we're trying to raise money, but we want to make this a social event. We want to get people together. It's all about community, and I want to change kids' lives, and I want parents to be involved in this thing. And it's such a short window of time to be a parent, to watch your kids grow through the programs, no matter what sport you're playing. And when I go out and talk to athletes, parents all the time, I always tell them, don't be the agent, don't be the marketer, don't be the financial advisor, just be mom and dad, because it goes so quick.
Yeah. Well, you talk about a lot of people might be afraid to help, that, hey, I don't have enough time, or I can't do this, I'm not able to do this. I don't even know how you do it, Ron. Talk about your day. I mean, you have a full-time gig as an NFL agent. I don't know how in the world you balance all of this and still, work to accomplish the things that you have.
I was raised by a really, really rough, hard-nosed dad, and it was work, work, work. There was never days off. I made a joke that Labor Day is fake to me. It shouldn't even be a holiday. I don't know why why people get off on Labor Day. I'm going to be at the high senior high at 8 a.m. on Labor Day, meeting a contractor for our next project. So I'm a worker. I represent 30 NFL players, another 30 NIL players, and I'm there for them 24/7. If I don't answer my phone, they think I'm dead. So I'm always picking up my phone. If you can't get a hold of me, I'm going to return a text. I'm in an airplane. But other than that, I'm a worker. I've been up every night till 10, 11 o'clock at night since this Touchdown Club started 4 years ago, and I'm going to keep working. My kids are sophomores and freshmen at the senior high now, so there's 4 more years of me to work. My presidency ends in January 1 of 2026. Sean Mackey, another great dad here in town, is taking over as president, but I'll stay on the board. I'm going to help any way I can and help Sean, navigate the next projects, but make sure that I'm there for him too, because he's been a great support for me.
All right, Ron. Well, thanks for taking the time to tell us a little bit about the Dragon Touchdown Club up here in the booth at halftime, and thanks for making the trip out to Midland.
Appreciate it. Hopefully we can put a whooping on them and put them to sleep early.
Thanks, Ron.
It's Ron Slavin, Dragon Touchdown Club president, joining us at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. We'll take a time out, come back with more at halftime on the Dragon Sports Network.
Looking for a place the whole family will love? Come check out Champions Club at the Mark Southlake. Conveniently located off Southlake Boulevard in Bicentennial Park, Champions Club is your local, safe, and fun destination for fitness, play, and connection. From state-of-the-art workout spaces and exciting group fitness classes to our aquatic center, indoor courts, and party rentals, there's something for everyone. Make Champions Club your home for health, recreation, and family fun. Join today and discover what it means to live like a champion. Go Dragons!
For mission-critical business litigation in Texas, business owners and executives trust Sean McCaskill and the law firm of Godwin Bowman PC. My wife Laura and I are 20-year residents of Southlake and the proud parents of 4 dragons. I've been a dedicated volunteer in Southlake for the past 13 years, including serving 7 years on Southlake City Council. I'm the president and managing shareholder at Godwin Bowman, which was established in Dallas in 1980 to serve clients with business litigation issues all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. I've been with the firm for over 20 years, and I'm board certified in civil appellate law by the Texas Board of Legal Specialization. Please consider me, Sean McCaskill, and the law firm of Godwin Bowman for your business litigation needs. Please visit our website at www.godwinbowman.com for more information. I promise you that we'll provide big city experience together with small town service.
Welcome back to Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland, where the Dragons lead 28-0 at halftime. Our Feed Store Barbecue halftime show continues, and we're rolling out a new feature at halftime this year. We've got Robert's Replay Room.
We're just going to get a little techie, Chris.
Robert's going to get a little arts and craftsy here.
And
as we get a look at
those at home watching this, please bear with me. I'm going to try not to John Madden up the screen as much as possible, but this is the first go-around for our new feature. And we're going to take a look at one of the first scoring drives of the half.
First touchdown, or second touchdown of the game for the Dragons. Angelo Renda to Blake Gunter.
Yeah, again, we talk about Angelo here, scanning the defense, getting the snap, and just really watching his poise in the pocket. He knows where the ball is going. He knows the mismatch he has on Blake Gunter right here, okay? And so he's going to get the ball. He knows he's getting vertical, and there's no one over him, not even the safety. So he knows he's got him beat. And what a catch. And catching at the high point for Blake Gunter and making the touchdown. Incredible play. I hope we have one more. We have one more replay. That's Tim Polster's pulling it up.
Here's Carter Anderson, the quarterback for the Bulldogs, being caught from behind first by Zach Hayes. Marcus Browse coming in to finish off that sack.
And we talked a little bit about, Zach Hayes, not a familiar spot for Midland if you throw in the ball here, but just watch the pursuit of Will Lyons and Zach Hayes. Will Lyons creating and flushing the quarterback out of the pocket here. And watching Zach Hayes, watch the pursuit of Zach Hayes. Tremendous job, and then Browse coming over the top. And that's when we talk a lot about, finishing the play and going to the whistle. And this Dragon defense has done that all night.
One more here as we see Phillips take it up the middle all the way into the end zone for the Dragons. His first touchdown for Carroll.
And the big guys up front, Big Phillips, his first touchdown as a Dragon on the varsity. And watch between Kerry Clayton and Nathan Domrocky right here. I said this was a hole that I could run through, and I'll tell you what, I could. And then just watch Phillips take it to the house. Tremendous job by the sophomore, even better job by the line.
Well, our replays presented tonight by Recoat Revolution. Robert Clayton, someone decided it was a good idea to give him a telestrator, and
we got to be careful with it. Got to be careful with it.
Be living with the consequences of those decisions for the rest of the season. We got a little bit of a light show here that we didn't see the first time the Bulldogs took the field. It's Carroll and Midland both return from the halftime locker room for the start of the third quarter. So Carroll up 28-0 at halftime as we get ready for the start of the second half. Some of the numbers in half number one for the Dragons. Angelo Renda goes 12 of 19, 159 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He added 14 rushing yards on the ground. Brooks Biggers for Carroll, 8 carries for 56 yards and a score. Harrison Phillips, 6 for 63 and a touchdown. through the air for the Dragons. Brock Boyd led the way with 5 receptions, 74 yards, and a touchdown. 2 for Blake Gunter, 35 yards and a score. 2 for Biggers for 19 yards. And Carroll just dominating time of possession in this one across the board. Dragons were hit with a few penalties, not used to seeing that, but it's also week 1, so some things to iron out before district play begins in a few weeks.
And I think, like anyone, especially given what happened tonight and getting off field, getting on the field, the lightning delay, you get so anxious just to get on the field. But, in all circumstances, they've done a terrific job in this defense. What Riley Dodge mentioned was this defense is something special that he came out of camp, and they're putting a big goose egg on the board right now for these Midland Bulldogs, and they haven't been able to do anything all night, Chris.
Gavin Strange will kick off to begin the third quarter, and this one is going to go into the end zone for a touchback. So Midland has struggled offensively so far tonight, and we'll give it another go here. Carroll starters still in there defensively. Zach Hayes did leave the game early. Have not seen him return, so it is Jackson Oakley continuing in there at that right defensive end spot for the Dragons. Anderson under center here will turn and pitch it into the backfield, stopped and dragged down for a loss by William Chen. Goes the ball carrier, Jordan McGowan. What a play by Chen to get into the backfield.
The former DYF center talked about physicality, how he explodes and just stays home and has his responsibility. We told Chen is going to be off that edge, almost playing like another outside linebacker here. Take a look at the Rico Revolution replay here. Just watch Chen come off that edge. Running back didn't stand a chance. And again, William Chen's going to finish the play every time, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year.
Loss of 5 on the play for McGowan. Chen just went right past the right tackle, Luke Holman. On second down, they go up the middle this time.
Number 34 with the carry, Evan Taylor.
It's Evan Taylor on the carry. Gets close to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 11 coming up.
Chris, the collective effort of just this back end of this Carroll defense tonight has been impressive, just with the support factor, and that's really what they play. And then you have the guys, Will Lyons and Robbie Ladd, just playing over the top, doing a terrific job. Minimizing this Midland offense only 1 to 2 yards.
So 3rd and long here, passing situation, and it's been a struggle for them tonight. Low snap, Anderson picks it up, flushed out of the pocket, trying to tuck it and run, and is going to be stopped by Jake Lucky. Runs into him after a gain of a couple of yards. It'll be 4th down.
It's a tough night for Midland just overall. It's just, you look at it and what they're able to do. If you can't execute on your base plays within the triple option, the midline, those type of things, and then you're trying to get out there and get the ball down the field and get it vertical, it's tough. It's not easy, for Carter Anderson, and it's been a tough night overall offensively.
So Ham on to punt it again, back to Harris. Another short kick, but it takes a big Midland bounce across the 30-yard line and goes out of bounds all the way down at the 24. So a long punt for Carson Ham, and it puts the Dragons back deep in their own territory.
This is one of the longer drives of the night for the Dragons. These are, like, I would say, offensive builders. They help the offense build a little bit of steam. If they can move the ball, almost 80 yards down the field and put a string in of a good pass, good run, it's a test for the offense.
So Angelo Rendo leads the first team offense back onto the field. 3 receivers to the right side. They leave it on the ground on 1st down.
Number 24.
And it is Biggers on the carry, brought down by Lucas Ramirez after a gain of about 7.
Big 74 Luke Wilson. He just engulfed the defensive end. I tell you, he put him about 5-6 yards back into the linebacker territory. and served up some pancakes and gave a little syrup as well at the end.
Let's get some T-shirts made with that on it.
Luke Wilson, 74, recently committed to the University of Oklahoma. He's a junior. He's another one of those guys who's just a phenomenal player. He's been on the varsity since his sophomore year.
Before the ball is snapped, Riley Dodge opts to spend a timeout. We'll take it as well. Timeouts presented by Dragons Special Olympics with 8:56 to go in the third quarter. It's Carroll 28, Midland nothing on the Dragons Sports Network.
Hello, Dragon fans. It's no secret, Southlake Carroll students have a long history of success. Protect the Tradition speaks to the success Carroll students have achieved in the past, both on and off the field. Games aren't won on game day. It's hours and hours of practice, working together, and trust in the process that builds confidence that leads our students to achieve extraordinary results. Like the Dragons, our team at Mills Wealth has a long history of success. We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary of helping clients make wise decisions about money. If we can help you, check us out online at millswealthadvisors.com.
We want to thank our game day partners for this season, Bush's Chicken, United Rentals, and Waterman. Midland ISD Athletic Department appreciates them for their support for our team. Thank you.
So Riley Dodge must have seen something he didn't love before this second down play. Called his first time out of the half. 2nd and 2 for Carroll here as Gunter motions from left to right across the formation. Renda takes the snap, fakes it to Biggers, rolling out to his right, has a man, stops, fires downfield, and it is short of the intended receiver, Brock Boyd.
He had Brock Boyd wide open. You know, it's a tough throw for Renda rolling right, then throwing back to the left. And, Boyd was probably about, 20, 25 yards down the field, going in the opposite direction, but wide open would have been a for sure touchdown for the Dragons. I know he wants that back.
There is a player down for the Bulldogs here. It's senior defensive end Juan Lujan being checked out close to the Midland sideline. So the Carroll offense will go mill around near the numbers along the Dragon side. And Lujan is up, may have been a cramp. They were elevating that right leg and now starting to walk off gingerly under his own power.
Chris, I'm looking at our sheets right here, and just a little stat for you, for all of you at home. Riley Dodge, 36 years old, 93-9 as a head coach. Pretty phenomenal.
He's never lost more than 2 games in a year.
Incredible.
And now the beginning of his 8th year at the helm of this storied program, for which he's a big part of that history as a player. 3rd and 2. Keep it on the ground. Plowing up the middle. After initial contact, Biggers tries to fight forward, and he is going to get the first down. What a second effort by Brooks Biggers. He was stopped behind the line to gain and spun forward to move the sticks.
Now, if you have kids at home, you're talking about second effort. That play right there by Brooks Bigger is fundamentally second effort. His second effort willed him to that first down. Terrific job by Brooks Bigger. He runs hard. We're seeing a great tandem in Biggers and Phillips tonight.
First downs presented by the Dragon Den. Renda looks left, now rolls to his right, directing traffic, says go downfield, fires that way. It's Gunter. He makes the catch, spins forward towards the 30-yard line. Angelo Renda showing his football smarts and how he sees the field.
Chris, this looked just like you in backyard football, scrambling and just telling the receiver where to go. You know you got him beat. Terrific job by Angelo Renda, just pointing, Blake, go, 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 go. Terrific job by Blake Gunner coming down with the ball and making a play.
First down presented by Dragon Den. On first down, Carroll moves the ball forward 4 yards. Will be 2nd and 6 here upcoming as we tick towards 7.5 to go in the third. trips to the left. Ball on the right hash for Carroll. In motion, the back out of the backfield. Renda will look to throw. Goes that way, has Biggers wide open, and his momentum carries him across the sideline out of bounds, but another Dragon Den first down.
You love the tempo right now by Renda. You know, he had about 2 days back there to be able to throw the ball. We talk about Biggers coming out of the backfield this year. Great job on the catch on the perimeter. That's the dimension he's going to bring to this offense.
Carroll going quickly on first down, hands off to Biggers up the middle for a short gain.
Number 3, Lucas Ramirez with the tackle for the Bulldogs.
Lucas Ramirez on the stop. It'll be 2nd and goal. Biggers has gotten a touch on each of the last 2 plays for the Dragons. He moves to the left of Renda. And Angelo gives it to him one more time, and Biggers is into the end zone for the 2nd time tonight.
Carries it up the middle, touchdown Dragons.
It's a touchdown for the Dragons. They lead it 34-0. Touchdowns presented by Kim Bedwell, Luxury Real Estate.
The Rico Revolution replay here. Great job by Biggers again. Pressing front side, cutting backside. What a monstrous block by Will Barley. Biggers into the end zone. Terrific job by this Dragon offensive line. Great running by Biggers this drive.
Here comes the CLC Roofing extra point, and it is through off the foot of Gavin Strange. So 6:38 to go in the third quarter. It's Carroll 35 and Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
For your next family get-together, church event, or corporate outing, well, leave the cooking to Feed Store Barbecue in Southlake. Feed Store has everything you need to make everyone happy with delicious barbecue, fixings, and desserts. And the best part, they'll set it all up for you, and they'll take it away when you're done. All you have to do is eat. Call us at 817-488-1445 or online at feedstorebbq.com. Go Dragons.
This is John McKellar from White's Chapel in Southlake. This is one of my favorite times of the year because football is back. The Dragons are all about tradition, and White's Chapel is no different. For over 150 years, White's Chapel has been at the heart of this community. We're a church that preaches a message of grace and love. We'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
A 35-0 Dragon lead with just over 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter here at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland. Strange's kickoff lands in the end zone for another touchback. He has not delivered a returnable kick all night to the Bulldogs.
You love the tempo here. You see William Chin coming out there all hyped onto the field. He's proud of this goose egg on the scoreboard now that the Dragons are putting on the Midland Bulldogs. And, you know, you still got majority of your ones in the game right now. You have Ace Slavin that just came into the game at linebacker. You know, you're getting a little bit of young guys in here as well, mixed with the older guys.
Getting an opportunity here to try to keep the 0 on the board against the Bulldogs. On first down, they hand off the middle, or up the middle, to Isaiah Miller, the senior running back. He picks up 10 yards for a Dragon Den first down.
Yeah, good job on the midline there. We've seen both Isaiah Miller and Evan Taylor tonight. You know, again, both running backs, north and south runners, they can get there in the second level. They make an impact.
They've slided Poulet Prime over to that left guard spot. As on first down here, Anderson keeps it, is going to be brought down behind the line for a loss on the play.
Carter Anderson with the keeper. Loss on the play.
Great job by Gavin Strange.
Tackle is made by number 25.
And there's a player down for Carroll here. And this looks like possibly another cramp. So the rest of the Dragon defenders will head over towards the sideline once again. And it was William Chen who went down momentarily, but now walking off and now starting to jog off. It's not overly hot tonight, but
it's only
a little
about 82
humid
right now, but you still feel the humidity. It's got a little bit of breeze. But again, we're talking Friday night football, Chris, and late August, early September. These things are going to come up.
With 5:50 to go, third quarter. Dragons lead at 35-0. Anderson takes the snap out of the pistol, hands to Miller. But before the snap, flags came flying. Looks like we're going to get a false start.
Prior to the snap. False start. 14 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
So that'll back him up 5. The Midland team that traveled a lot early in the season last year. Flip side, this year, not quite as many miles to be logged. Pitch goes outside, cutting it back inside the numbers. Goes Jordan McGowan for a nice gain.
That was a clinic cut of the triple option there. You saw the defense. It was almost like little bombs going off, taking their responsibilities and it connecting right. And that's what this offense can do. They can gain some yardage if it's designed and run properly.
Gets them into third and manageable at 3rd and 7. See if Anderson goes back to the air here or if they keep it on the ground. He'll keep it on the ground himself. Tuckett bowls over a defender, but then help comes from behind, and Anderson is stopped to bring up a 4th down. Landon Harris, one of the Dragons, in on the stop.
Great job by just Jackson Oakley coming in, giving Jake Lucky a little spell. Jake Lucky's had a night for himself just against Big Prime. That's been a tough matchup all night. You have 320, 330 pounds leaning on you on that type of frame. So, much respect, Mr. Lucky, for what you accomplished tonight, and good job, Jackson Oakley, coming in and filling in.
Midland's going to go for it on 4th down, and now Thad Fortune is going to spend a timeout.
Timeout. Midland out.
So we will take the timeout as well, brought to you by Dragons Special Olympics. With 3:50 to go in the third quarter, it's Carroll 35 and Midland nothing on the Dragons Sports Network.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
After Midland uses its first timeout of the second half, looks like the Bulldogs are still going to go for it here. Bad Fortune sent the offense out to line up and go for it. Called timeout. Now they have lined up once again. Ball at the 41-yard line, 4th and 4 to go. They've got to get to the 45. Up the middle it goes. They've got the first down and more in the Dragon territory. For a Dragon Den first down goes Isaiah Miller. They've started to see some positive plays with the ball on the ground.
You moved Big Prime over to the left guard, and that's where they're hitting quite a bit right now. They're going to continue with that midline, and I think that switch was just to get him onto the second level a little bit and just work as a chipper on the center. And he's opening some holes right now for this Midland offense.
So into Carroll territory go the Bulldogs. Anderson pitches it outside. Garnett, escapes the tackle and dives across the 40-yard line to the 39.
Number 34 with Garrett Evans Taylor.
How much different is it getting off the line of scrimmage as a center versus any of the other spots on the offensive line?
It is one of the hardest things you can ever do. And I think as a position across all sports, it is one of the toughest, if not the toughest position. You got to snap, move, be physical, and not get beat. You're always playing a half second behind anybody. And so it's really, really hard. You know, when I went to college, I loved playing guard because I could just get off the ball.
They go up the middle again, having success there as Miller plows forward, close to the yard to gain for the first down. It looks like they'll mark him at about the 33. He picks up 6, and they'll move the chains.
But also mentality-wise, Chris, it helps a lot because you have a lot more freedom. If you can just put your hand on the dirt and go, you're not worrying about a snap. You're not worrying about anything else.
Dragon Den first down here for the Bulldogs. As they hand it up the middle again. This time it's Evan Taylor picking up a first down, and Midland starting to push this Dragons defense around a little bit.
There's nothing crazy that they're doing. I think they're the big prime, thought process of playing center is no longer there. He's going to be that left guard. You can see how they're moving the ball now. The experiment is over.
Sophomore Holt Howard into the game at quarterback for the Bulldogs, and he pitches it outside with a little running room and cut down right near the line of scrimmage is the ball carrier by Marcus Browse, getting outside from that linebacker position quickly to catch a skill player.
I'm really loving Browse here on this DN outside linebacker. I think it fits him so well in this scheme. Yeah, I tell you, man, when he gets to the ball, he delivers a punch, Chris.
Looked like there was some running room on that last play, and he closed the gap in a hurry. Stopped it for a gain of about a yard. 2nd and 9. Ball at the Carroll 20. Anderson back into the game at quarterback. Keeps it himself, spins out of a tackle, and is hit hard by a couple of Dragons coming in on the stop, led by William Chen.
Down at the 20-yard line.
Well, William Chen doesn't want this defense to give up a touchdown or any points. He wants to stay in the game and make plays, and that's what he does.
They've got him in a 3rd and long here at 3rd and 9. Big play here if the Bulldogs want to get on the board on this drive. Under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter.
Big Lucky's back in the game at nose guard.
2 receivers right. Miller in the backfield. Miller gets it, running up the middle, and he is stopped at the line of scrimmage by this Dragon front. Coming in from the linebacker position, Robbie Ladd, one of the first guys there.
What a great job by Jake Lucky. Just causing penetration, stopping the ball carrier in the backfield, creating a 4th and long. Again, the story of Midland's offense all night long.
And they have a chance to take this all the way down to the first play of the 4th quarter as the clock ticks down under 5. And they are going to let this one go to quarter number 4. So all Carroll so far. Midland looks like it's set to go for it on 4th down when the 4th quarter begins. 3 in the books at Astound Broadband Stadium. It's Carroll 35, Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Are you considering buying or selling your home in Southlake? I'm Kim Bedwell with Briggs Freeman Sotheby's International Realty, and I would love to assist you. Recognized as one of the top professionals in Southlake by both industry peers and clients, I am a proud mother of 2 Dragons and have been a resident of this amazing community for over 20 years. I know Southlake inside and out, and I am committed to ensuring your real estate journey is seamless and successful. You can find me at kimbedwell.com. Kim Bedwell Real Estate, delivering the highest level of experience and results in Southlake and beyond. Go Dragons!
The Bulldogs eat up the final 6 minutes and 38 seconds of the third quarter on this drive and now face a 4th down and 9 with the ball at the Dragon 20-yard line.
This down and distance hasn't been in favor of them all night. And, putting the ball back in Carter Anderson's hands, the pass, we haven't seen really any success with that all night. And if I'm the Dragons, I'm going to pin my ear back and come get the quarterback.
Anderson 1 of 3 through the air for 6 yards tonight. He's got a back behind him. He's going to drop back to pass. Throws left side, low, incomplete. And the Dragons will turn him over on downs. It was Robbie Ladd in coverage there for Carroll. And Elijah Ramos was the intended receiver, but the struggles through the air continue for Anderson. He's completed just 1 of 4 pass attempts tonight.
It's tough. It's not a very good percentage. And again, it looks like they should have made a switch first half of what they did with Big Prime, put him at left guard. It's really changed the dynamic of the offense. You've had to respect the midline a little bit more because he's getting there out in the linebackers faster and creating a hole. So, maybe too much, too late. But next week, good building steps for the Midland Bulldogs.
The one still out there for the Dragons as they keep it on the ground on the first play of the fourth quarter. This is Phillips, the running back, going back across towards the Carroll sideline and will pick up enough for the first down presented by the Dragon Den. Be curious to see, not that Midland is in Carroll's district, but would be interesting to just see if they leave Primus at left guard throughout the season or if they go back to the plan to have him play center next week.
I don't know if it's just, the job Jake Lucky was doing. And, in Big Prime, he's an SEC commit going to Vandy. He was a very highly touted recruit. He has been for several years. It's not going to be it's something the Midland Bulldogs are going to have to think about quite a bit and really what their team's going to be. And I'll tell you this, Chris, this is a very, yes, senior-laden team, but very young senior-laden team. And I don't think they're in catch their stride until probably week 4, week 5.
Another cramp as we see Carson Ham hopping off the field on one leg. 2 receivers each side for Carroll on 1st and 10. Phillips remains in the game at running back. Renda will throw here. Has all day, dumps it short on the left side, complete to Blake Gunter, who stays in bounds for a short gain on 1st down.
Yeah, good little comeback route by Blake Gunter in between 2 defenders. Again, just coming back, sitting down on the route. Great throw by Renda, and then him getting to the sidelines. Blake Gunter's he's kind of a deceiving receiver, Chris. He's a big target. He's not overly big, but he's tough to get down, and he goes to the whistle.
Three receivers left here for the Dragons, with Fraga in the game at tight end on the right side of the line. They keep it on the ground. Phillips bounces it outside, pushes a defender away, and goes out of bounds on the Carroll sideline. Shy of the 1st down marker. It'll be 3rd down.
I love seeing these big guys out here. You saw Will Barley out of the left guard spot. What a tremendous spot, coming out there and getting on the end on a pull. And that's something Will's been working on quite a bit, through spring and through camp. I love seeing him connect on that, and great job getting the defender down to the ground, springing the run for the Dragons.
So 3rd down. Phillips getting a little more run here in this series for Carroll. Biggers has scored a couple of touchdowns tonight. And Phillips is going to get it on 3rd down, going up the middle, has the 1st down, up ahead to the 45-yard line. Another Dragon Den 1st down for Harrison Phillips.
You love Harrison Phillips. We talked about him at North and South. He just hits the hole. Great job getting behind Will Barley, Kerry Clayton, and Luke Wilson. Yeah, I tell you what, the running game here with him on the left side or the right side, but it's connecting tonight. With these Midland linebackers, Robert Hart and Lucas Ramirez, They've almost been irrelevant all night.
Biggers into the game now at running back, goes out wide left. Renda over the middle, caught Knowles across the 40. He is hit there and falls forward to the 38.
Great route by Brody Knowles on getting separation out there from the safety there, and just sitting down on the route and then getting upfield. Tremendous job by Renda delivering a strike.
This time Biggers gets it, bouncing it outside left across the 35-yard line.
It's just a clinic on that left side of the offensive line. They're doing such a tremendous job at not only getting their combination blocks, but getting on the second level and getting on those linebackers. The running backs aren't even touched for 6 to 7 yards, Chris.
So Carroll marching towards the end zone. On second down, Renda will throw. Over the middle, Boyd dives across the middle and makes the catch. Nice play by Brock Boyd to move the sticks. A Dragon Den first down.
Great job, a little slant route by Boyd across the middle. And just watch Renda sit here in the pocket. He knows where Boyd is at. A little play fake, holds the defense, delivers a strike to Boyd across the middle. Great job and great effort by Boyd by laying out and getting the ball. That's not always where the receivers want to catch the ball, is right over the middle in between defenders, Chris.
Replay is brought to you by Recoat Revolution. The Dragon offense looks to the sideline. Renda gives to Biggers, who's brought down as he crosses the 15.
Number 7 with the tackle, Jamie Guzman.
Again, just pressing that left side of the offensive line. We talked about it being a clinic this drive. And again, Harrison Phillips getting there and getting upfield, following his blocks.
Second and 6. Just over 8 minutes to go in the fourth. Ball just inside the 15-yard line. Renda looking to throw, lofts one up for the end zone. It is
Number 5.
caught for the touchdown. Blake Gunter has another one tonight. And Carroll leads it 41-0.
And this is what you practice, Chris, all week. Just getting your guy to the corner end zone, throwing a little fade. Great job handling the snap by Renda. And this is something you practice all week. Blake caught it where only Blake can catch the ball at the high point. Tremendous job by the Dragon offense.
Touchdown sponsored by Kim Bedwell Luxury Real Estate as Gavin Strange knocks through the CLC Roofing point after try. With 7:55 to go in the fourth quarter, it's Carroll 42 and Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey everyone, this is Michael Baum, General Manager at Hearst and Louisville Autoplex. We are longtime supporters of all things Dragons. This season, if you want to show up to the game in style, come see me or Brees Higgins, where we have the largest selection of late model, high-end, pre-owned trucks and SUVs. As a family-owned and operated dealership, we'll treat you like part of our family. Come see us on either side of the Metroplex and get a new ride today. Shop us online 24/7 at HurstAutoplex.com. Go Dragons!
Recoat Revolution, your one-day floor solution. I'm Joe Worrell, Southlake resident, Air Force veteran, and proud father of 2 dragons. Our one-day sandless, dustless process refreshes flooring without the mess, smell, and expense of traditional refinishing. If your floors have damage, wear from furniture, or even little dragon talons, we can tackle those issues to have you back in a clean home that night. Sandless, dustless, odorless, done by dinner. Recoat Revolution. Go Dragons!
A 9-play, 80-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 1 second for Carroll ends in a Blake Gunter touchdown reception to put the Dragons up 42-0 over the Midland Bulldogs in the season opener from Astound Broadband Stadium as Gavin Strange delivers another touchback for the Dragons. 7:55 to go in the fourth quarter, and with now a 6-touchdown lead, we will start to see the second team come in for the Dragons. On the defensive side, looks like Nate Martin in there along with Max Jolly. Caden English up front for Carroll. Sam Erickson in the game for the Dragons. Well, the starting offense for the Bulldogs out there. Carter Anderson in at quarterback. Hands it off up the middle on first down. Nothing there. Stopped at the line is the ball carrier, Evan Taylor.
Good job by Kyle DeRose as well, coming in and making the play. You know, you love to see when the second team can come in and have the same results as the first team. Again, you know, these are learning experiences for a lot of these younger guys getting in the game. This is where you grow as an athlete and as a player.
Austin Trin, a Slavin in there at the linebacker spots for the Dragons. As on second down, they try to go up the middle again, and again nothing there. So after Midland had started to get some push in the last possession.
This is what I love about the Dragon defense and just Dragon players in general is the effort. No matter your first team, second team, or third team, yes, Sam Erickson coming in. What a job coming down the hill of the line, making the play on the midline play. Again, I've said it all night. That's a very tough play to do. You got to be very disciplined in its effort. Do you want to make that tackle or do you not want to make that tackle?
So 3rd and 10 now. They haven't gained a yard on this series. Over the middle, Anderson throws incomplete. Broken up there by Luke McCauley, the senior free safety, and it'll be 4th down.
What a play by Luke McCauley coming over there. Just great pass deflection, great read on the quarterback. Really impressed by this Dragon second unit.
So the second unit comes out on defense, does not give up a single yard as Brock Boyd goes back to field this punt, calls for the fair catch, and makes it at the 37. 6:25 to go in the 4th quarter. So we will likely see Carroll's second offense coming onto the field now after a strong showing by this starting group. 6 touchdowns for the Carroll offense tonight.
Across the board, Carlos Galena, left guard Clayton Johnson, center Christian Gonzalez, right guard Robbie Collins, and right tackle Nick Wilson.
Preston Perazzo into the game at quarterback as they go up the middle to Harrison Phillips on the carry. Check that, Emerson Ziade on the Carroll, or on the carry for Carroll. Perazzo throws left flat, the line of scrimmage, moving forward for a couple of yards on the play for the Dragons is Rafael Otoya.
I love what Riley Dodge, said about Preston, the quarterback. He said, he's just a game manager. He does such a great job. He knows the offense. He's efficient throwing the ball. He can make the throws that we want, and he has 100% confidence in him on that backup spot. He was the guy who came in the game last year as well and did a terrific job.
Fakes the handoff, throws over the middle. It is complete across the 35-yard line in the Midland territory. Cade Holmstrom on the reception for the Dragons.
Cade Holmstrom coming through the slant across the middle. Great poise by Preston Perazzo in delivering a great ball to Holmstrom.
So a Dragon Den first down with under 5 minutes to go. The night over for Angelo Renda after going 18 for 26, 265 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks tonight. Perazo last year completed all 5 pass attempts as he keeps it here and is going to be brought down in the backfield. Robert Harden there in a hurry to drop him for a loss.
Save us, ball. I think 29, Emerson Zaid wanted that ball so bad. Looks like he had it up there between the left guard and center.
Number 5, Robert Harden.
But if you're the backup quarterback for Carroll, yes, you get a lot of game experience, but you don't get a lot of chances to throw the ball down the field in games that, the Dragons are up multiple scores late in games, so a lot of times
you're trying to run the ball out, you're trying to run the clock out, keep that clock moving, and so efficiently being able to run the offense sometimes isn't always there. There's the handoff they were looking for last play. Great job on hitting that backside.
Ziotti was flying up the middle.
I don't know how the fuck we're gonna get down there. Come down. Number 10 with the tackle, JoJo Leland.
Inside the 30-yard line. Three minutes to go here in the fourth quarter as Carroll tries to close out this season-opening win in West Texas. 3 receivers left, back to the right. Perazo on a design quarterback keeper across the 25 is going to pick up a Dragon Den first down.
Preston Perazo.
Again, the effort. Preston Peraza getting out there, the second effort on dipping the shoulder down as a quarterback, taking the hit from the linebacker, but making the first down. Tremendous effort.
So a new set of downs at the Midland 21. Carroll now starting to use some play clock. Dragons will head back tonight. They got to Midland today and will leave Midland today. Long day for these guys.
It has been a long day. You factor in the delay and everything that comes with that.
Ziotti up the middle for a couple of yards.
Chris, I'm fatigued. I just have a headset on my head.
Exactly.
Number 40 with the tackle for the Bulldogs, Rafael Gonzalez.
I'm also hungry.
It'd be nice to treat me for dinner tonight, Chris. That'd be nice of you. So I definitely appreciate you committing to that.
No problem. Oh, we'll see what's open after that hour and a half delayed start. Carroll next week will be at home at Dragon Stadium. Home opener against Hebron. And we have a whistle down on the field.
And let's talk about that a little bit, Chris, about the schedule coming up, if we can.
We'll talk about that home schedule coming up in just a moment after this Dragon Special Olympics timeout on the Dragon Sports Network.
The Dragon Den is your home for the best selection of Dragon fan gear in town. We offer many styles and sizes, and we're your Dragon Hat headquarters. 100% of your purchase supports our student athletes in UIL sports grades 7 through 12. We're open weekly during all home football games and most Tuesdays and Fridays 11 to 2. We're everything Dragon. Interested in volunteering with us? We need adult and high school volunteers to work during hours we are open. That's the Dragon Den at Dragon Stadium. Go Dragons!
Second and 6 for Carroll out of this timeout. Dragons leading it 42-0. The final 2 minutes of this one. Perazo takes the snap, hands to Ziotti up the middle, still moving the pile forward near the 10-yard line, and now is pushed back, but they'll give him forward progress up to the 11-yard line, awfully close to the first down marker.
Terrific job by Galindo and Johnson and Gonzalez
left tackle, left guard, and center. Great combination block to the second level, springing the runner open. Again, we're talking about executing first team and second team. You just love seeing the second team come in on defense, get a fourth and out or 4 downs and out, then get the offense in here moving the ball down the field, knocking on the door.
They move the sticks for the Dragon Den first down. Ziotti again up the middle inside the 5 is stopped there.
What a burst by Ziotti, just getting there into the line of scrimmage and into the second level. Loving what I'm seeing out of Ziotti tonight, Chris.
They go quickly here. Give it to him again. He's inside the 2 and into the end zone for a touchdown. 48-0 Carroll as we tick under a minute to go in the fourth quarter. Another Kim Bedwell luxury real estate touchdown.
Again, coming off here on the right side. You're talking about Ziotti. Watch his vision here. The middle collapses, heads outside, and this is just all effort getting into the end zone. Again, these Dragon running backs with the second effort, you've got to love it if you're Coach Dodge.
CLC Roofing extra point is good. And with 54 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, it is Carroll 49 and Midland nothing on the Dragon Sports Network.
Hey, you Dragon fans, it's Julie Walter with the Baker Firm, Fidelity National Title in Southlake. I have some great news for all you homeowners. With school and football in full swing, this season will still be a great time to buy, sell, or refinance your home. At the start of football season, we will still see families moving into the Southlake area. Call your friends at the Baker Firm to get more information, and I promise you we will provide a smooth closing from beginning to end for your Dragon family. With our real estate attorney, Chris Baker, on hand 24/7, you will be sure to score a touchdown closing in our office. Protect the tradition with the Baker Firm.
Under a minute to play as the Dragons try to ice this one. They lead Midland 49-0 in the fourth quarter at Astound Broadband Stadium. Strange to kick one more time tonight, and he will make it a perfect night of unreturnable kicks. And we started to talk about the home opener against Hebron next Friday night in Southlake. It'll be First Responders Night at Dragon Stadium, and Carroll looking forward to playing in front of the home crowd for the first time this year.
Oh, it's going to be great to open the season at Dragon Stadium. And we're talking about the next, really, from this week, the next 3 weeks are kind of like the gauntlet for Carroll's schedule. You have Hebron, you have Trinity, and then I believe you have Byron Nelson as well.
You flip Byron Nelson and Trinity.
Sorry.
But those are the 3 opponents the next 3 weeks. As Midland keeps it on the ground, some running room here for Isaiah Miller across midfield for the Dragon Den first down.
Number 45, Isaiah Miller. Good game for the Bulldogs. That's good enough for a Bulldog. First down.
And Isaiah Miller just hits the hole. I'll tell you what, getting behind that offensive line with the left guard, Big Prime, it's been a positive for them. I think if you look at anything tonight, you walk away from this Midland team is I think you kind of figured out some personnel things, maybe just a little bit, and I think it's something you continue to grow on.
Under 15 seconds to go. We'll see if Midland snaps it one more time or just lets the clock expire. They'll run one more play. This is the backup quarterback, Holt Howard, in the game for the Bulldogs here, and the game does come to an end as Midland came close to breaking one for the end zone on this final drive, but the Dragon defense pitches a shutout on the first night of the season. The offense will get certainly a lot of attention, but this Dragon defense certainly proud to put up a 0 tonight here in Midland. So after a long hour and a half lightning delay before this one gets started, the Dragons come out looking sharp and win 49-0 in week 1. We'll take a timeout and come back with some final thoughts and some final stats look ahead to next week against Hebron in just a moment on the Dragon Sports Network.
Feed Store Barbecue on Whites Chapel Boulevard in Southlake's been serving up great food to Dragon fans for over 20 years. Chopped brisket, pulled pork, and their signature ribs are just some of the reasons that people in Dragon Nation love Feed Store Barbecue. Call-in orders are welcome. They'd be happy to bring it out to your car if you want them to, or your truck. Order online at feedstorebbq.com and go Dragons.
You can trust your medical care at Southlake Dermatology. We have over 65 years of experience between Dr. Bowers, Dr. Tynard, and our 4 physician assistants. We treat a wide range of medical, surgical, and cosmetic concerns ranging from skin cancer, hair loss, rashes, increased sweating, and anti-aging. There are multiple new options for hair loss, such as Nutrafol supplements and PRP injections. View our services online at southlakedermatology.com.
This is Pastors John and Todd from Whites Chapel in Southlake. Whites Chapel is a church where it's all about Jesus. We're a place where real people make genuine connections, where it's okay not to be okay.
We're a church where grace is a lifestyle and where everyone has a place. From the lifelong believer to the unchurched or de-churched, we're here for you, and we'd like to invite you to join us for worship this weekend. Go Dragons!
A victorious Dragons team on the field at Astound Broadband Stadium in Midland after a 49-0 win over the Bulldogs to open the season tonight. Chris Blake, Robert Clayton with you to wrap this one up. And Robert, I think easy to let this aspect of tonight go by without mention, but the fact that Carroll was able to come out and put this performance on after dealing with an hour and a half of just kind of sitting around waiting, plus 5 hours on a bus today, all the more impressive.
I don't think it's ideal for a team to start the season driving 5 hours, having a delay, sitting in the locker room. But they came out electric. They made plays. They got on top of it and what they had to do. Their defense, I can't tell you, putting up a goose egg on the board against this Midland team in a offense that you might see once out of every 20 games. And it's not an easy offense to defend. So, super proud of the discipline these guys on the field against this Midland offense. I think there's things on both sides of the ball, Chris, they can take away and learn from and develop for this Dragon team.
Well, some of the numbers from this one for Carroll, we won't read all of them, but the Dragons rushed 27 times for 193 yards, 3 touchdowns. Angelo Renda goes 18 of 26 tonight for 265 yards and 3 touchdowns. Or check that, 4 rushing touchdowns for Carroll tonight. But the 2 interceptions for Renda notwithstanding, the offense overall looked close to midseason form tonight.
Yeah, I think Renda had the 1 interception that I think he wanted to have back. The second one, I think there was a miscommunication with Biggers out of the backfield, and so I think those things will get cleaned up. And that's the point of first game of the season. Renda's the leader. He's going to be the field general for this team, and he's going to do everything he can to clean everything up, but also improve. All these guys are working towards excellence this year. So super proud of how the Dragons performed tonight.
Well, up next for Midland, it'll be El Paso Pebble Hills here at home, then Amarillo here at home. Their head coach, Thad Fortune, joked to us earlier this week. He was like, I don't know what I did, but we had to go to Southlake, El Paso, and Amarillo the first 3 weeks last year.
That's a lot of driving, Chris. That's a lot of driving.
Meanwhile, for Carroll, Dragons get a Hebron team at home in Southlake next week that they beat handily the first meeting of the season, 59-16, but then in the playoffs, it was a totally different story. Just a 5-point win for Carroll in round 3. And tonight, that is a Hebron team that is taking on Dallas Jesuit, or took on Dallas Jesuit. The defense came through big for the Hawks. in a 31-3 win. Their quarterback, Brady Brock, threw for 213 yards and a touchdown. Hebron is in Dallas Morning News top 20 in their area poll.
Hebron, they have a bad taste in their mouth from the playoffs. They're going to come out and give everything they can to the Dragons. The one thing that impressed me last year about the Hawks were they have talent, and they had talent on defense. It's just about building and coming together. I think you showed it tonight against Jesuit.
Yeah, holding them to 3 points. An impressive opening win for Hebron. But that'll about do it for us here tonight. You've probably had enough of Robert and I talking since 6:30 or so this evening.
Has it been since 6:30? Wow.
So we will let your ears have a rest, and we will get set to talk to you next week from back in Southlake. For our statistician, Ricky Baptist, director Tim Polster, and for Robert Clayton, Chris Blake saying goodnight from Midland, where the Dragons come away with a 49-0 season opening win over the Bulldogs. We'll talk to you next week on the Dragon Sports Network.
This week's Dragon football broadcast has been brought to you by White's Chapel United Methodist Church, Feed Store Barbecue, Kim Bedwell Briggs Freeman Sotheby's, Godwin Bowman PC, The Baker Firm Fidelity National Title, Recoat Revolution, The Mark Southlake, Paragon Design Group, Clayton and Clayton Real Estate, Hearst Autoplex, Southlake Dermatology, CLC Roofing, Patriot Mobile, The Dragon Den, and Mills Wealth Management. Thanks for joining us, and go Dragons.